Alrighty, nice first clear. Easy, super easy. Hello, Lando. Hello, Proston. What? Tried to alt-tab back in and it made my game lag like crazy. Bonjour, Lucas. Alright, we got in the way of that one. Nice. Someone just said Darth in my name, but I changed my username, so I guess it didn't propagate yet on Steam. Okay, that works. Cotter. Yeah, sorry, Preston. You can't win them all. Certainly try, though. Honestly, I thought he was gonna pass it back to me. I was like, all right, I was ready. I was ready. Cotter, did you see I met Kublo on LAN? I didn't realize Kublo was like, if I'm 6'10", then that man is like 7'4". Insane. Yeah, unfortunately, he did not have a good matchup. He's playing against like a GC1 and like 2 champs or whatever, basically. I kind of wish they got Air Force. It was sponsored by Army, so I guess they wanted all Army teams, but I'm like, that would have been way crazier if they had like the Air Force, because the Air Force team is a bunch of SSLs too. We gotta talk about this stream notification? What do you mean? Everything's perfectly fine. Kyle, thank you for the 5. And yes, good luck.
Good luck with the win streak as always.
Deadass, we actually turned out pretty well last stream. I think we ended up like having a losing streak in the beginning, and then we pretty much got it like entirely back. Oh, I tried to thread the needle there. I lost that flick, I'm not gonna lie. Oh. It's because I left, maybe, but I don't think so. Yeah, we ended up with like 1736, still pretty decently into GC1 or GC3, so. Perfect fine. Interesting way of looking at that phrasing. What? Feisty Keto, I think you're just being weird. Also, you did donate yesterday. You donated a $5. But also, yeah, maybe because the lack of donations down the stretch is what stretched us out. I think that could probably be it. You know, if you donate, I might not win. It's really funny. These guys are like gaslighting my teammate because he said Darth, and it's because my name before this on Steam was Darth, but I changed it. So I think some people are seeing Darth and some people are seeing my username. So everyone's just like, who are you talking to? And the guy's like, it's Darth on my team. And it's like, no, it's not. That's weird. Is the way it was showing the words, check on myself? Yeah, phone will destroy that. He's dressed as Star Wars. Oh, that was actually a really good setup if I got more around it. That would have been a crazy angle if I could have caught that on target. This is wild considering I changed my name before this game to DT. They're literally arguing about what my name is on the display. Yeah, they said this is not a Darth Vader decal, so therefore my name Darth Taco is pretty stupid. I think the Darth Vader decal only is on the Fennec, I believe, or at least that's what the Epic thing gave me. You and best killed as always. Yeah. Oh, I mean, thank you, Taquito. Yeah, it was really nice being able to see people in person that you interact with online. I gotta say that grand final definitely could have had more juice. No. Could have had more juice. Concord's too good. Definitely team of the year, I think, when we look at it holistically. Northwood definitely, obviously, like, has so much to show. Mystery, speaking of showing, 13 months for their membership. Thank you. The Remembering. Bro says, attacking your PFP is a dead giveaway of who you are. Buddy, my freaking decal is the dead giveaway. What are you talking? These people on my team are like the smartest big dummies I've ever seen in my life. They're like using critical analysis to be like, well, actually, if you look at them, oh, like all this deductive reasoning. And it's like, buddy, my tag says CRL analyst. I'm the only grand champ that has that title. Like, let's be real here. I think St. Clair definitely had a good peak in the spring, but the fact that Concord beat them in CCC on LAN and then was able to win the whole thing was pretty impressive to me. Like, I don't want to rule everything out because, like, CCC, but, like, St. Clair had a good semester, but, like, Concord collectively was just... Are we throwing? Buddy, not my title is the giveaway. Name change is not for being incog. That's so funny. He thought I was changing my name to Darth Taco as if that would hide my identity. These people are so weird. All right, that was not the touch I wanted at all. I think Northwood is probably the most significant for like the opens they started winning down the stretch. Definitely coming in second in the fall is pretty impressive as well. And I think St. Clair had a okay fall, very good spring, and Concord everything else. I mean, they just won a lot of lands, came in pretty high level on most of the lands as well, you know? So for me, I'm just like, team of the year, if I had to pick it, was Concord. Because at a certain point, even when he does not use the tag IMO. All right, GG's. Felix the goat, you call it. Felix pops when Felix wins. Drop 4 goals game 1. I mean, that's mostly just been our win condition for Concord in a while, but it's not necessarily that he needs to play out of his mind. We said a huge reason why he won in the fall is because, in the words of literally every player that played against him that weekend, they're like, that was the best performance of the weekend. Not like from him, like of any player, he was the best player on that field, which is pretty impressive when you have 2 European pros on your squad, on your team. So Creams literally said, like, I have nightmares, dude, of him double tapping on us. Like, I swear to God, like the amount of times that guy was just peaking in that fall championship for CRL was disgusting to witness. So our win condition for Concord, I've noticed, is when they lose, it's probably because they're a little off, but usually it's because Helix is just not quite where he needs to be. Not necessarily saying he's the one throwing the games, but like, Samas and Crispy are usually pretty infallible in how they move and how they take their touches. They're pretty clean with it. It just really comes down to, like, in my opinion, there's too many teams in CRL that have 2 very good players and 1 okay player, and you are only as good as your weakest player. It is very much an anchor that can drag teams down. So when you have a player that can't really keep up with the pacing anymore or is mispositioning themselves, missing reads, that's going to be your downfall. And so that weekend, Helix was just popping. Granted, those 4 goals were nice. They weren't like necessarily super impressive, but even throughout that, he was just flawlessly positioned on everything. It's really well done. Which is why when they won by like 3 or 4 goals, and then when Akron won, they would win by like 1 goal or an OT. If they completed that 5 goal comeback though in game 6, I would have lost my mind. That actually would have been the greatest individual game of all time. Also, I don't know how you win a game 7 if that's how you lose game 6, you know? Like, imagine getting a 5-goal lead and then losing your lead and then losing the game and then having to go into game 7. My gosh. We were so close to cinema. Bro, when he got that kickoff and Patty had a chance, the open net for 4 and he missed it, I was like, ah, it's over. But if he scored that, I'm like, 33 seconds? 33 seconds basically to get another goal? Buddy, that's so doable. Think about the sheer momentum. Part of me wished it went in. I was rooting for it to go in just because I wanted a longer series. It's so hard to live up to the CCC from the previous year. Game 7 OT, multiple OTs, multiple goals in the final 3 seconds. to tie or take a lead. Like, just insanely good game. Like, probably the best series of Rocket League I've ever casted and probably will ever cast. Is there no more games? Man. GC3 is in dire straits, chat. There we go. All you had to do is complain, as usual. Squeaky wheel gets the grease, chat. Remember that, in all aspects of life. Not getting served fast enough? Yell at the teenage waitress. That's what you do. This is not life advice. My second monitor is coming tomorrow. Let's go, Polar. You'll level up even further once you have the second monitor for sheer awareness. Oh, no! He bumped me and I still got back to it and I just missed. Dude, that would have been such a clean adjustment. Ah! Dude, I'm so mad. I'm so mad, dude. Oh, I accidentally alt-tabbed. Man, I accidentally alt-tabbed again? Okay, geez. Oh. Oof, that's a heavy touch. That's fine. Did I dunk him into this? I don't know how this goes in. Yeah, I did. Okay, that was fast as heck. Should come freestyle in 2025 and then become a pro. Honestly, yeah. I was actually debating like hitting up Frontal Panda because we're buds and just being like, yo, I want you to sit me down in free play and literally coach me. Like, we'll just make like day one of trying to learn how to do something and just see if he can like teach me how to be better at freestyling. I don't necessarily want to be I want to be more like a comp freestyle. I don't really want to be like hitting like octuple resets or whatever. Great pass. Oh. Close one. But I think it would be cool to learn how to do like some flashy stuff for sure. Oh, good patience by Upper Moon. Gotta pop out here. Hope the stream goes well, boss. Thank you, Taquito. Yeah, we'll be vibing. Just gonna leave that alone. Or, oh, wow, okay. Ah! Alright, I see how it is. Pretty rude of them, not gonna lie. I'm sorry, period guy. Just hitting it around that first guy pre-jumping me. Bonk. No, I wanted to scope it, dude. This is rude. I don't know who Soda is, but this guy's clean with it. Him and his teammate, these guys are great teammates. They're just fast, they're all over it, they're not rushing anything. Look at them taking 50s and they don't have to give it away. Ugh. It's a thing we all love to see. Whoa, Okay. Nice, perfect. I don't know why the heck Rebel Moon or whatever the name. Upper Moon? I don't know. I keep seeing Moon and I'm like, I don't know why my brain goes to Zack Snyder's version of Star Wars. Rebel Moon. Did anyone actually watch that? I watched like a trailer of it and I was like, eh, and I never got interested. But I swear, Rebel Moon, there's like Rebel Moon Director's Cut, Rebel Moon Extended Edition, Rebel Moon with Director's Commentary, and blah, blah, blah. Like, oh, Netflix is just spamming that. I'm like, is this like a Netflix original? Is that why they're spamming this so much? Or is movie like actually cult classic type stuff? I don't know if a movie can become cult classic until it's like 20 years later, you know? Like, I don't know if you can really be an immediate cult classic, you know what I mean? Should be fine. That was not the clear I wanted. I had to concentrate. That's why I went silent for a second. I was like, I actually don't 100% know if I have this clean touch. Oh, what a catch. Oh, no way, he gets another one, right? Nope! That was pretty easy setup into the back post shot, and then I bonked it. Off the ceiling? I was about to say, I'm like, this man is actually locked in. That was a really good game. That was fun. Man, I miss having teammates that are just like on it, you know? See, this is what I'm talking. I got you as a 1300. Wait, never mind. I take it back. They're both South Americans. I can't compliment South American players. All right, fine, chat. I'll admit it. Not every single South American player is either the best player of the lobby or the worst one, all right? Some of them are just controlled, well-managed players. All right, fine. Who the heck is this guy, though? I don't actually know who Soda is. Top 13 RLCS Open NA3, 1600 ones peak. Who is this guy? Who is this? Is this a new? Wait, this is like an account that has barely like any good level 5. Is this account only play Rocket League or something? I'm lost. Also, the other team had an 1100 on it, so I don't even know what's going on anymore. The game's getting desperate to give us cues. They're just like, yeah, sure, take it 1100. Why not? I don't care. I don't care. You just go with that. Nope. Set that one up entirely wrong. Hair like by my eye. No, I'm going against Soda. Who the heck is Ghosty and Showy on TT? I don't know who these guys are. Fraud TikTokers. All right, all you gotta do is hold it up. Nice. Oh, I overcooked that one. I was gonna turn and shoot that, but then I'm like, oh wait, no, it's Mutinate's 7th account. Oh no. Oh, I thought Mutinate would go down. Oh, I made him hesitate at least. I don't think that hit was a thing. Ghosty's good. Source. That's fine. He says, okay, I was about to say, I'm like, Ghosty should be back. Nice dust. Okay. Slide. That's fine. Ghost takes that at the corner. I have no boost though. Nice. I don't know if he's gonna get a good touch on that. Never mind. I don't know how the heck he got around that. I'm gonna hit that blind. Let's keep that a little inside. Makes everyone back off. I always like hitting those touches because they're always on the sidewall waiting for those touches. And then when you hit it kind of more middle, they're like, wait, and then it takes like a player out of it immediately. All right, we're just gonna keep that. Oh, never mind. I did not think Soda would go that aggro on it. Oh, okay. Oof. Okay, these guys are definitely Sam players. Last game, it felt like they were a little chill. This one, it's like if I even show the ball for a split second, they're like, I'm just gonna go for this 100 miles an hour. Right to mutinate, sad. Oh! Oh no, I tried to beat it off the crossbar because I'm like, it's gonna be just out. We might be borked here, chat. Yeah, we might be boned. Yeah, no win in that. He's SL in 1s and 3s. He's not SL right now, I don't think, but if he is I'm at 1755 right now. So if they're putting us in SSL lobbies, then there's truly nobody queuing 3s right now. Teammate, nope! Well, that's an embarrassing way to give him another one. Teammate stood still on that one, so I'm like, oh, he must not have the read. But no, he was waiting for that read. I did not think he would go on that. Unfort. Classic 2s duo playing in 3s. They assume if one player hits it, the other one is the only one who can reach it. I'm like, buddy, I have a better angle on that one. Oh, and now they're getting dusted, sad. The ghosty I play is different. I have no idea who this is. He says it's kickoff mercenary, and yet we've lost every kickoff, so interesting. I even tried to kind of slow that one down in the corner. Oh. That's a ballsy lead by Mutinate. Couldn't get underneath that. Hello? Bruh. Okay. Oof. Alrighty. Yeah, it's not a 50 you're gonna win unless you stay behind it. Yeah, in case you guys are ever saying that I play this game a lot, Mutinate has 7 different accounts typically in the top 100, so let's see how desperate matchmaking was in this one. Actually, pretty even for scoreboard because it's queuing off of Soda's MMR. So even though he has a 1373 Smurf on him, I guess you can't really say it's a Smurf. Like he's about the level of this lobby. I don't know who it is though. That's the only thing. The fact that he has period as his name makes me feel like it's like someone who's like insane who just happens to be on an alt or something. But I guess we'll see. Well, I guess if there's the hours, if I know anything, if this account is hidden so I can't see any of their hours, then it's a Smurf, and it is. What a surprise. Okay, well that's unfortunate. I guess if I get him on my team, it's fine. But if I'm against him, you better be giving me some absolute legends, you know? Otherwise, those games are going to be yikers. Ooh. Man, if I just master that, you know? All right, we got Soda again. Oh, it's Baron and Zerf and I don't know the last guy. Those guys are 2/3 of the Drexel University team, I believe, for Collegiate Rocket League. Yeah, just missing Kevin. He's like the highest ranked of all of them. Like a 2K 3s and 2s player. Ooh, nice touch. Emma Beagle. Yeah. That was really rough timing. I didn't think Zerf would get that light of a touch on it because he's going that fast into it. I don't know how he touched it and landed that cleanly, but I also didn't expect this to be the widest rotation possible. All right, bad read by me of the situation. Oh, heavy touch. Okay, that should be a steal. Nice. Oh, that was a little bit faster of a bounce than I thought. I was literally waiting for it to pound it in, but... That was a very good touch by the first guy, though. By Ribbonize or whatever his name is. All right. Should be... Ah, man. That's rough. Thought it was too wide of a rotation. Luckily, that's not on target. I can't see. I can't see! Same exact pass and setup. Just making sure there's no back post. We're not gonna pay attention to the fact that I missed that boost twice. Let's just assume, yep, I left it for you, don't worry. That's why I did it. Okay, that's fine. That's why I stepped in, because I'm like, I don't want to risk that being, like, a goalie being like, do I have that? All right, Soda should have that ceiling. Oh, that should have been a goal. No, I put it behind one guy and he thought it was to him. Oh, that's such a shame. This guy's got to get in the comms. I thought he was going to play like, oh, he's definitely playing to the corner. I thought he was going to leave that for me. I jumped up because I thought I'd have to 50 that, but honestly, I had like a perfect read to it. Nice fake. Holy. Holy! That guy actually put him on skates and a half right there. Okay. That was not a good pass. It was a little too close to the defender, but in a way that kind of helped my pass. That works. That works as well. I'll let Soda chase that. A little too far away for that. Probably could have just fake chowed that and gone with it. Gone with whatever. There we go. Ooh. I respect the vision there. I gotta say, these guys, these on my team, these SAM players, their first touch is locked in. Can't say the same about me. I was trying to redirect that and then change my mind to a 50. I just gotta commit to the first read. It is fun playing in these lobbies where everyone's actually like fast and has been in SSL before. Just gonna slow that one down. Light lob to Soda. Then he takes the backboard. I can probably take that down. We're just gonna... Oh, never mind. Okay. Good pre-jump by that guy. I was like, I'm not giving up anything too dangerous. All right, just wanted to get a 50 on that one. I was gonna go to the corner, but I'm like, the more you hit it to the side and flip past a ball, if you get 50 at the right angle, it just goes like directly into your half again. I was lingering corner, not going to corner and lingering middle because the guy was landing on it and I didn't want him to pinch it all the way in. All right, I'm gonna pre-jump that. I don't have that. That should be fine. Nice. All right. Zerf is gonna get that one more. Yeah, he did. That's unfortunate. That's so. I was like, okay, I think I have that. I just don't want him to go down because I figured it'd be a more dangerous shot if it went low and the guy got it. But that was still a really good pass either way. I probably could have shouted that all the way through, but figured we'd have someone behind us, but even he wasn't ready for that one. Tough to be though. Oh, what? Okay, well, however, a bump on a goalie, let's just say I intimidated the guy who definitely wasn't intimidated by me. Yeah, we're not getting that. Oh my. I'm not gonna lie, these guys are getting faked out by my teammates. I'm literally just sitting here. I'm just watching them go to work, you know? Oof, that was a terrible kickoff. Luckily, that should be a good bounce. Just kidding if you lose that 50. Just kidding if you lose that 50. Nice. TB! Hello. Do you still like sports? Little status check on that. Yes? Okay. I'm not sure if you watch hockey. Rotanen on Dallas Stars. Apparently he has, I think he has 9 goals in the last, or 8 goals in the last 4 games, or something like that. And of the 3 periods he's played in the playoff, the last 3 periods, yeah, he had back-to-back hat tricks in periods, which is so crazy. I made a tweet about it that I thought was original, and then turns out someone beat me to it yesterday, where it was just like, damn, this Dallas sports star is playing so well, he's about to get traded to LA. Because I'm like, yeah, that'll be a fun jab, and then someone else already tweeted it. Except I thought my tweet was a little bit better. They said this guy's played so well, the Mavs are gonna find a way to trade him, and I'm like, well, doesn't really make sense because it's a hockey team, but you know, I get the sentiment. And they did it first. Only Hurricanes would take a sneak peek at other teams that don't play. Yeah, that's true. I remember I was in a bar when the Stars made that 4 goals in a period to win that last Game 7 against Avalanche. And I was out, the bar was going crazy. It was only like one big group. Everyone else kind of was eating their food because there's a barbecue attached to the bar. But yeah, I wasn't gonna lie, that was, they had people literally like frothing at the mouth in hype. I know nothing about the current state of hockey. Who are you rooting for? I mean, nothing really. I'm just bringing up hockey news. What's good? Not much, Somber. Hopefully, you're vibing out. Chapel Hill goes insane after North Carolina beats Duke. They all fill the street, Franklin Street, and any other grand occasion. Yeah, we do like that. Things we like to see. College teams going crazy. I just recently rediscovered the tradition that Virginia Tech does on their football stadiums where they play Enter Sandman for the team introduction, running out of the tunnel. I recommend anyone who's interested, Google, it's by a YouTube channel called Highlights, but it's like perfectly captured crowd audio off of like a television broadcast. It's Virginia Tech versus West Virginia 2022. And it's like great, like 2.5-minute video of the team entering to Enter Sandman and the whole stadium singing along with the chorus. I'm like, man, that's the environment that the European mind could not comprehend for collegiate sports. Vibes are great. I'm off for 3-day weekend. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. I see. Well done. If the other team misses free throws, they get free bacon. That's funny. Southeastern Oklahoma State University. I'm sorry, but that's just way too long. I'm gonna call him Seok. Oh. Sorry, no, I kind of assumed you wouldn't be super drained, and I thought that would be like an interesting way of getting that ball away from that first dude, but also Gamer City hit that right into his own teammate, so great pass. I'm trying to think of the Texas schools around Dallas. I think it's only UNT that's a D1 in terms of sports. I think I remember UTD is like a great education university, but like it's not. I think it's because one of the CRL players at UTD, Luby, he's also a member of the soccer team, and I think he said it was D2. Nice. So kind of has a banger football ritual with playing Sandstorm and everyone's Tom C innocent on a beat. It shakes the stadium. Honestly, I feel like when you're designing a collegiate stadium, you need to be like, you not only need to be able to withstand the weight of people, but withstand the pressure, withstand like the force of, 40 to 50 to 60,000 fans like jumping up and down as hard as they can. Structural engineering goes crazy, dudes. Comes out in 2 months. Yeah, I'm probably not pre-ordering that, but I'd be intrigued. I feel like CFB is just something that occasionally like you'll talk to me about in this stream, and I'll be like, you know what, I kind of want to play it, and then I'll play it a little bit. But then after like 3-4 games, I'm like, I'm good. I just need to scratch that itch, you know. I do miss starting in high school though for your career thing. I think it's a cool way to bring back like a bit more of a legacy for you. Nice. When I went to UW, the bow down chants were insane. I don't know how other players were just shaking at their cleats. Got wisdom teeth out a couple days ago. My face is destroyed. Oh, I'm sorry, Kyle. When I got my wisdom teeth, I was definitely the same. I was like a little bit of a chipmunk. Honestly, the hardest thing was just not being able to eat anything solid because I couldn't open my jaw wide enough to put it in my mouth to chew. So instead, it was me just like sipping a bunch of drinks and, you know, having stuff like mashed potatoes and whatever. My dad kept being like, you want steak? I feel like I want to treat you. I'm like, Dad, I cannot chew. Like there's no physical way I'd be able to like open my mouth enough to chew a bite of steak. Pineapple juice is good because it has some inherently anti-inflammatory qualities. Potentially, yeah. I don't know why Zern is leaning forward on that one. He should be taking away the near post as like the #1 option on that. Crimson Chin, that's a really good comm. Ethan MP4. Oh my gosh. How you doing, bud? How's your stream? Also, have you been able to find games? Because I'm chilling at like mid 1700s right now, and it is a struggle. I'm getting like all SSLs or like SAM pro players, basically. Okay. It's also a little bit weird because occasionally I'll be playing with people who are like the epitome of like aggressive players, and then the other quarter is like players who are just going to take a little bit too much time, which is why if you see me ball chasing, that's why. All right, take a 50 or not. Oh no, my teammate bumped. That's why I was about to say, I'm like, why is the guy not challenging? What's going on? I'm gonna just assume you don't have a good touch on that. Never mind, DJ. Okay, but you can't double that, right? Thank you. Team was great. Caught the tenacity right. I'd share the love. My matching was good. All right, well, I'm gonna hope for the best. I might have to go into 2s or something because 3s is just non-existent. Also, why am I alone? Why am I alone? Welcome in, everybody. I am Dana Taco, full-time caster commentator. If you watch only RLCS, you probably never heard of me. If you watch a lot of CRL, hey, look, I have a tag, CRL analyst. Oh my god! And so I have to find my stuff my own way forward with that. And within my stream, typically a lot of ranked content, occasional some viewer games, some coaching content, teaching you guys how to be better. And typically we're GC3 SSL. Right now we're just trying to get back to SSL because, my god, it's really sweaty out here in these trenches. Zern? I would prefer that corner. Wait. Man, I always assume he's not gonna hit that hard. No, pay me backward! Coward! God, I hate when people have that open read and they're just like, no. I'm like, buddy, if you just went up. No, you gotta jump for that! DJ's dusted me a couple times now, I'm not a fan of it. No, Crimson Chin. I was trying to lob that up so you specifically couldn't pre-jump me, but okay. Oh no. Oh no, chat. Oh gosh. Elias, what the heck? Oh, that's your YouTube account. I was about to say, I'm like, why are you not a mod or anything? These is either awesome or purgatory. 3s is fine. It's just that every single game is against a full party in comms, hard sweating, so it's very like tough. But it's fine, because eventually it will not be that, and then it'll be super vibey. That one was definitely winnable, but some rough midfield play, I would say, down the stretch. Oof. Laying in bed right now, massive headache, so YouTube for now. Felt. Yeah, my biggest struggle, for sure, is just making sure I'm hydrated and making sure I'm well fed. Got my caffeine for the day, otherwise, yeah, I get massive headaches. Honestly, dehydration is a huge thing that's affected me as I got older. Let's say, like, once I got past my, like, mid-20s, if I don't hydrate well enough throughout the day, I actually do immediately get a headache. Guaranteed. Still, Keith just calls me. Agreed. Something about it. Have a good one, though. Hey, see you, Ethan. Have a good day. Thanks for the raid again. I'll take care of your children. Okay, Boomer. I mean, that's how I feel. Yeah, that's how it feels when I'm, as I've gotten older, is just realizing, like, man, you really can't abuse your body when you get older. So enjoy it while it lasts, chat. Just doing from business work all day. I'm lucky I rarely get headaches. That's good that you rarely get them. Honestly, I hate the migraines that I get from, like, dehydration or even worse, like caffeine stuff, because the once it gets to, like, later at night, you can really only take ibuprofen about it because that has no caffeine in it. But those are like where the type of, at least for me, I don't know about you guys, I don't really get migraines that affect me based off off motion or no, not motion, off sound or like lights. Like my sister is very like sensitive when she gets migraines, where they're like, if a bright light hits her, it like really hurts, or so there's like loud music or whatever. I don't get those, but the ones I get are the ones where they're like entirely motion based. And sometimes if they're really severe, it'll be audio. I've never had the visual stuff. I remember sitting on the train going, I was in Chicago on the train going to class. I really didn't want to miss this one lecture. And I literally just had, I had soundproof headphones on, and then I turned on white noise and turned it down to like 3%. So it blocked out all the train noise and just very lightly had a like type of sound deep in the background. So like I could barely hear anything. And it was great because it just felt like I was like floating on a cloud and be like, okay, there's no loud noises. It's fine. It's fine. Hey, Tax the dork. Scintillating? Let's go Toma. Sounds delicious. Yeah, as soon as I saw both of them go, I was like, I don't know if either of them have that. You described my washing machine running at night so much louder. I can't hear anything. If I drink too much coffee, that's interesting. I wonder why that is. You might be dehydrated, low-key, I wonder, because caffeine is does dehydrate you. So if you're drinking too much coffee, that might be it. They're like jagged psychedelic squiggle. Oh, wow. Wait, no, I've heard of that. I've heard of that. I don't think I've ever had the squiggles, but I've definitely seen like I've had some stuff that's like vaguely similar, but not necessarily like as form of a headache. Oh my God, what a setup. Honestly, I was like, I don't think he has that, so I'm gonna go anyway, but if I knew he was fully missing, I probably could have aimed that a little bit cleaner. That's probably a goal, never mind. Never mind that number, holy crap, I didn't think he'd get above that. Yeah, headaches are no joke when they hit you hard. They will slap you in the face and just be without mercy. Honestly, I don't wish anyone on like, if you have brain hemorrhages, you get something called a thunderclap headache. Apparently those are like the most painful headaches outside of like those really rare cluster ones. I don't wish that on anyone. I think my buddy had one a while back and he said like, honestly, I wouldn't, he's like, even if I absolutely despise someone, it's cruel and unusual to inflict that type of pain on someone. He's like, your brain just does not know how to handle that level of pain. So it just hits you with everything it's got to be like warning you. Oh my God. Dude, I can't demo what doesn't touch the ball or gets near the ball. Of course. Ah, you missed! Dude, this is so crazy. These guys like refuse to take 50s. Dude. Fuck, you really just want to hurt. You just want to hurt me. You just want to hurt my feelings. Hayes was the guy playing with the fake Justin yesterday. I think it's the same guys, actually. No. I shouldn't have chased from that angle. It's pretty bad. Oh, I didn't think he had that double. Gotta be, right? It's gotta be on target. That's also wide. Okay, honestly, toilet paper was a good idea, and we're done. Man, this is just not it. Just not it. I'm gonna assume both my teammates are pretty low on this one. I'm gonna assume this is one of those games where they put me with low ranked players, and then it's like, oh, the average is out though. I don't know, buddy. If you're 5 games, if you're 5 or 6 games from basically being SSL, you should not be missing these wide open shots I'm giving you. Wouldn't a brain hemorrhage be bad enough on its own? But no, but we're talking about specific types of headaches. I'm not talking about what causes them. I'm talking about like if you just have it. Because that's the way you know, that's the way a doctor's diagnose sometimes when you have a brain hemorrhage, is if you're like, holy crap, I have a really, really bad headache. I'm like, well, what's it like? It's like, it's just like, you know, it kind of hurts generally, but then there's occasionally these moments where it's like, bang, you get hit with a huge thing of pain, and it's like, oh, that's not a usual headache. That's what happens when you have brain bleed. Thank you for the tier 2. Welcome in, friend. 66 months. My God. Mathematicians have said that's almost 67. No, I'm so bad. What? I was waiting for that guy to flick it up. Don't let him reset. Nice. What the? It's fine. Hayes has that. Okay, halfway through that touch, I was like, I don't think there's anywhere I can touch that where it doesn't immediately get picked up, so. They got a really good rotation going right now. Until they give it away, let's go. Oh, oh. Man, that little last second bump on me. Just trying to put it across where they don't immediately have coverage. Good touch by his. It might look, yeah, I was about to say, I'm like, it might look like a giveaway, but no one is on his angle. I don't mind that bump. Oh, so you have to go off the ceiling for that. Probably could have controlled that, but was not super positioned for that. You gotta, oh man, if he just jumped off, that's a perfect back pass. It's playing too passive, chat. You guys gotta just go for it. Got a his, got a his, got a his, got a his. Noise. 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 Not noise. Not noise, abort. Stop chasing the ball with me. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm like, hey, I think Soda has it, just in case, though. All right, right into the ceiling again. Of course, he missed. Oh, no. That's pass. We might be boned. Yeah, we might be boned. Yeah. I keep forgetting, like, this is actually a good rank. You know, when you're playing in, like, lower 17s, 16s, you're so used to, like, passing doesn't actually exist. So when players hit it to the wall, I'm like, that's not going to be anything too bad. But then I'm like, as soon as he passed that, I was like, oh, that's a pass middle. I just abandoned the middle. It's over. Guy in the back is definitely, like, no boost, chilling on the line. And that's exactly what happened. Nice, good demo. Thought I was gonna be able to hang out, but alas, responsibilities. All right, peace out, Bert. Fuck. No catch, sad. No, Hayes, you're not for that. Okay, we're good. Okay, that's fine. Not fine. Ooh. All right, that should be a pretty decent bounce. Of course, red ball by Soda. I kind of abandoned solos. That's game. Oh, never mind. Good save. No! That's game? Yes, it is. On fork. Good demo. I don't know what happened to Hayes on that rotation, but I'll have to watch that back. The fact that he pre-chowed that is kind of wild. Man, halfway through it, I'm like, Golden's gonna get there before me. I don't want to go. Gotta get back. Wow. I was hoping he would try to redirect that off the... Oh, wow, that's actually really bad. Why is he clearing it up? Please just pay that off to Hayes. Legitimately don't know if Soda and this period Smurf dude have lost yet. Hayes, you gotta pick that up. Unfort. I don't know if they've lost yet. I've gotten them in like most of my lobbies. I think I've lost every time I'm against them and won every time I'm with them. Which is again why I'm confused why threes has no other cues. The fact that if a team has won 7 times in a row and I've been with and against them both times, it's like I feel like at a certain point I should stop getting them, you know? They gotta have a macro for demoing me so much. I mean, yeah, that'd be funny. But at the very least, I mean, I'm just trying to drift around because I'm trying to hold down plays middle. It's very hard, like game to game, to know like if your teammates are actually trying to pay attention to where you're going. Which is why it's like, I think solo queue is probably the hardest it's ever been. Season to season, it seems to get worse a little bit because the solo queue mentality, especially in North America, from what I can tell, is just solo plays are the solution. The thing is, like, even in NA Pro play, that's the solution. But the thing is, when you're in a comms, players can go for solo plays, play for 50s, and then get a rebound. But that's also dependent on them getting a clean first touch. And I feel like a lot of times when you're playing with randoms, they will not. They'll just go like, I got it. Oh, got it. And then they'll go right by it. And you're like, oh, I was playing for your 50. Or my personal favorite, they'll like have a pass middle, but instead of just passing it a hard touch across the middle, like instead of just going up to it and being like, bang, pass, they'll just instead take like this very weird thing of like, oh, you got to pass the corner. You can literally see it. Oh, fake. Oh, fake. Oh, cut. And then it gets cleared into our own net. And they're just like, man, why is no one back? I'm like, why are you not passing? Just touch the ball. But the longer people play in this rank, the less people actually want to trust in anything. Like literally 3 or 4 seasons ago, if you get to like high 17s, it was basically guaranteed, or even like low 17s, it'd be guaranteed you at least start seeing more passing. GC3 was like the threshold where it's like people actually think. And I feel like now it's a little bit more wishy-washy. It's not until 1800 where I feel like every lobby is like very clean. I mean, a video thesis I've wanted to put together for a while in Rocket League is literally just, I don't think that, I think creators and pros have kind of impacted how we play the game in a bad way. Because I think people watch how pros play, and even though you know they're in comms, you're like, oh, that's the way to play. But the reason why pros do what they do is because they're in comms. They know where they're covering, who needs help, you know, what left or whatever. On top of the fact that when it used to be like you watch players do mechanics and you're like, wow, they're so good and they can do all these things. But now I feel like with creators, a lot of players see people do musties or breezies or all these like insane setups and like, wow, they're good because they can do those things. When in reality, you could literally play like watch how the bots play. I'm not saying that Nex or whatever it's called, Nexus or whatever the bot is, Nexto and Seer, not saying they're like flawless players, but in terms of how they approach flicks and aerials, like you just need to be able to go in a straight line well. And then once you're there, be able to angle your car to get the touch that you're looking for. Whereas like people are like, nah, if I spin all the time and go for a chain reset and I catch everything perfectly to set it up into, you know, a musty or off the ceiling double, and I'm like, no, you don't need all that. Like that stuff helps if you can do it, but like there's a lot of players who try to play super ridiculous, which is why it's funny whenever players I play against in like ones watch me play and they're like, man, I can't wait for the viewer 1v1 day because I'm so good at freestyle. I can't wait to show you. And then I beat them like 9-0 and they're like, but you're like not as good in the air as me. I'm like, and yet I'm like 1,000 MMR above you when it comes to actual like ranked gameplay. So it's like, it doesn't matter if you could chain reset because ultimately once you try to do that in a real game, you're just gonna get shut down. That was not a good shot, by the way, but it worked. Nexto bot, yes. I still want to see if they could ever train Seer to do 3v3. I think that'd be pretty lit. I think the biggest thing I remember Seer developers said is that they have to find a way to train them to avoid demos because bots don't know how to do that right now. I think it was Atto and Vatira playing them that figured that out. Once they did, it was Jover. I mean, that's why it's funny when people watch me play, even when I'm on like days where I'm playing like very well, people are like, oh, you could be a pro. And I'm like, I don't think you understand how good pros are. Like a lot of pros on their worst days, they are better than most players' peaks. Like they're that consistent and that clean on it. So when they're watching like a 2000 MMR creator play against a pro and like, oh, they beat them, that means you could be a pro. I'm like, bro, pros lose in ranked all the time, dude. Not just to other pros. But then you get them in a game, in a decent team, given the same tools, that pro will be always a better player. Consistency alone is one thing, but just like also the ability to like always make a good decision in a game as fast paced. Because Rocket League is an underrated skill set for sure. I don't know why I flipped wide of that. I missed that boost. I think I'm got a mod that just makes me force myself away from the boost. Alrighty. I wanted to see if Stubbs could get there first. Oh, he did. Okay. Teammate, you want to stay middle? I guess he did, but he went too far up. That's not a goal. Okay, we're good. Haha! Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of players who just watch a lot of SL creators just pull off crazy clips, and they're like, wow, this guy could be pro. And I'm like, again, a lot of you guys watch pros and you're thinking it's the same thing, but there's a lot of also creators who are insanely good at the game and definitely could play at a high level, but then they play against a pro team in like day 2 RLCS and they get like 3-0'd immediately. Like it is so hard to be pro in this game. I remember I thought it was a cool shout, but Ninja was asked a while back, what are the hardest games to go pro in? And he said CS is #1 just because it's such a popular worldwide sport with so much, he's like, it's like a high precision game, but you're also competing against like 1 trillion people. Like it is such a popular game that the population alone is huge. And then #2, I think he said, was Rocket League. He's like, it's an incredibly like complex mechanical game. He's like, the fact that you can be high level at that game is insane to me. Nah, try to top shelf that one. And I was like, that's a cool shout by him that he played that game. And then the more he talked to people, he's like, actually, yeah, this game is a lot more complex than I thought. Lol. Oh, I jumped. And I think they had the exact same reaction. Wait. That's not enough. We're gonna minor region play. Oh, great pass. Honestly, hit the brake too early on that one. Minor region play and see import comp play against a pro's a pro. See import comp SSLs play against an in-region legit pros. Very apparent that a pro is a pro no matter what their level. Yeah, there's levels to it for sure. I will say, like, obviously the depth is a little different. I remember there was like bubble teams playing against the pros from SSA, and those SSA pros were still like getting lit up. But still, you put those pros against any most SSLs in any major region, they're going to struggle. Obviously, our rank X players will probably not struggle too much, but you know, rank A team, rank B plus team, they're definitely going to be like, holy crap, these guys are insane. Throwable, dude, throwable. I was honestly kind of ignoring the ball. I thought we would have it clear by now. Teammate said OT, question mark? I said sorry. Honestly, they kind of gave him the OT. Should I rebuild Texas Tech or Appalachian State? Honestly, App State, just because I've never thought about Appalachian State since low-key like the mid 2000s when they beat Michigan at home. Also, is it just me, or has Michigan had like more devastating home losses or tosses than like any other major organization in collegiate? Maybe just the iconic ones. Like losing to Appalachian State is one thing. They also had the infamous like Jalen Watts-Jackson punt fumble for the loss. That still might be the worst loss I've ever seen in collegiate sports. There's probably something out there that's worse, but that's the one that I remember seeing the highlight for, and I was just like, like, of all ways to lose that game, you know? He's got trouble with the snap. It's a rare occurrence, but I love it so much. Unfortunately, Michigan got the better of Ohio State this year. Or at least their home lost. Still a very good Ohio State team, obviously. Honestly, I should go back and watch like old Miami games. I forget what it was, but they were like someone. I think it was in this stream. Someone mentioned like, what's the best collegiate team of all time, and then someone was like, it's pretty unanimously like the mid 2000s Miami Hurricanes, because apparently once they graduated, across like their 22 starters, it was something like, or across like their like organization at one point, they had like 20 plus players that were NFL drafted. And I'm like, dude, you had basically a full starting roster on offense and defense that were all pros. like, imagine being a collegiate player and playing against basically an NFL team in a bowl game. Like, you're boned. 0-1 Hurricanes won with Ed Reed. Yeah, that was the one that that everyone brings up, because you start looking at the lineup and seeing how many of them got drafted first or second round. You're just like, it's time. Pandy, what's up? Duke snapped their football. Losing streak against USC. We bounce back next year. Bill Belichick finna beat some ass. I'm interested to see what he can do with it. How we feeling? Feeling pretty decent. Just trying to keep our wins up. I just want to get to 1800 this week. I don't know if it's gonna happen. 2000 Miami squads were like all gold medalists. So I'd prefer if you just let me have the ball. Bader, why not hit it? This is what I'm talking about, chat. Like, literally, Bader can see that I'm all the way downfield and across the field. All he's got to do is touch it anywhere remotely to the right side, and he hits it below his teammate on the wall and directly at the backboard. It's like, why? Like, the only place that they have coverage, and you just hit it to it. Like, I don't know if players think. And I mean that, like, in, like, a one step ahead type thing. I feel like most players in ranked are very good at, like, I need to aerial, and then they're good. And then after that, they're just like, Jesus, take the wheel. But I'm like, I need you guys to, like, just think to yourself, okay, I can approach this. And when I get there, what am I doing? They're not good at that. A lot of players, even in Grand Champ, are not good at that. And it's so tilting. Oh, did not think you would pre-jump that, I'm not gonna lie. That works. Well, I look away for 1 second, chat. What is this? I looked away because I'm like, this is such an easy clear even on no boost. Fade goes below it. Bader doesn't even flip at it. He just jumps and flails. Oh no. Didn't Miami also have like a player that was like an Olympic level sprinter and they put him in at running back at one point? There's like a clip of him like blowing by defensive backs. Like it's not even remotely close. And I'm like, damn, imagine if we could get more players and train them like a Chris Johnson, you know? Like, hey, forget about track. You'll make infinitely more money doing this. Players running a 4.140, you know? Nice pass. Okay, I was like, I'm just gonna go back post with it. A lot of schools do that. They have decent or sometimes excellent college careers, but they don't make the leap to the NFL. It's very hard to make it. I think people forget, even if you're like a great player on a D1 team, it has no bearing on whether or not you can get drafted. You're also somewhat at the mercy of like the class and then also what the needs of the players of the teams are. Like you could be a really great quarterback, but if the quarterback position is basically a solved problem for like 29 of the teams, you know, like they're confident in their QB pick, and then there's like 3 other good quarterbacks, you might just not get drafted low key. Like maybe they need a backup, but like sometimes players just slip down the ladder. That was kind of peak, not gonna lie. It's all about placement and precision, check. Round 5. I remember they did a NFL Films top 10 draft steals of all time, and the whole time it was playing, I'm just like, literally it has to be Brady #1. Like, how is it not Tom Brady #1? Like, I really don't ever think we're gonna get a better steal. Imagine drafting Brady, like a quarterback that or any player that goes on to have the success of it as the 6th round. Like, that's so psychotic to even think about. Like most 6th-round players, I feel like do like 3-4 seasons in the NFL maybe as a backup, and then they get cut. Now just imagine also what the NFL would look like if Drew Bledsoe didn't scramble out that one time against the Jets and get clocked. Oh, I thought he missed. A lot of schools do. Say Miami team made the crazy song ever they got in trouble for, but still not on YouTube. Greg Olsen included. I remember that. Greg Olsen also is a menace selectively. Do you have an AFK? Slight bias, but Richard Sherman got to be up there. Round 5, the cornerback. Oh, man. 5th round, Richard Sherman is pretty crazy, too. This list was also, I remember that episode was made several years ago, so I don't know if Richard Sherman was that guy at that time, you know? Al Skywalker, thank you for the 52 months at tier 1. Jeez. There are hundreds of 4-star recruits, yep. I think with the NFL, including all roster, what is it, 32 teams? Let's say they have, what, 52? What's the roster limit on NFL teams? 52, 55, something like that? So 50 times, I mean, it's like 1,600 players, including free agency, probably like, let's say 1,800 players maybe? 1,800 players out of the entire United States and foreign players, because let's not forget about the frickin' Maori warriors coming over from New Zealand and shit, you know, like the rugby players. I think one of the linemen for the Eagles is an ex-rugby guy. Praxcod? Oh, that's a good point, yeah. Yeah, let's just assume like 1,800 players across the entire NFL. Like, that's an incredibly small number. So yeah, you could have... That's why it always amazed me whenever I would watch... if I ever went to like a national level tournament in soccer, we would lose to a team of like kids who are spending like, you know, literally like $50,000 a year on training. Like, these guys are the elite of the elite. And we could hang with them at times, but it's like, damn, these guys are just like collectively all elite. And then we'd see that team go on and get demolished by another team. And I'm like, the talent scaling of professional level sports is crazy. It's the 1% of the 1%. If you want a stable NFL or main thing. That's why it makes me laugh at people who, you guys know Kurt Benkert. He's an ex-quarterback. He played a little bit as backup for, well, he didn't even play it. He has 1 NFL snap in his career, I think. But he was a backup quarterback for the Packers. And then he got signed by Space Station Gaming. And then he does like Madden and college football content. Because he's like really, he's a quarterback, so he's really good at like reading defense and like breaking apart stuff and analyzing. And all the commenters like, you keep saying you're an NFL quarterback, that's pathetic, you never blah blah blah. And I'm like, buddy, if anyone gets signed by a professional team at all, that is incredibly impressive. The backups to the backups to the backups of like NFL teams are the best players that some people in their states have ever seen. Like, let's not exaggerate. Like, let's not or really underplay just how good you have to even be considered for a roster lineup, you know? Like, the backup to the backup to the backup is probably like the record holder for their high schools, like everything passing wise, you know? Like most of those players, or sometimes they're just freak athletes. Like Edelman used to be a quarterback and now he turned into like one of the probably the best. He's up there with probably the best, wide receiver in Patriots history. Probably him. It's probably, in my mind, it's him and Welker. Someone said Randy Moss is the best ever, but I'm like, I don't think he gets points for 1 season, you know? Or 2 seasons? I forget. Either way. Because I don't know if I would say Randy Moss is probably the best wide receiver in Vikings history rather than Patriots, you know? His best season was with the Pats, but ultimately I think of Randy Moss as a Vikings player. Irving Fry, I still feel like Moss is just like otherworld. I don't like. I mean, any player that gets something named after them, getting mossed. Like getting mossed is a term that people still use for receivers. A man that was so freakishly good on his vertical that he literally could just leap over any quarterback or any DB in the entire league and snatch it from their hands. Like, getting mossed is such a great term. Yeah, I have no idea what Tar Heel just said to get wrecked. Either way. I meant over Edelman, not Moss. Fryer was homegrown. Oh, okay. I know, it's hard to name a lot of those older Patriots players, though. Especially in the early Brady years. I think we forget how little tools Brady had on offense when he won some of those rings. Oh, man. I was really playing that read. Hopefully this guy doesn't flick. Nice. Oh. Hello? That was a weird-ass deflection. My bot can definitely be a bully. These are true facts. Fact checked by real American patriots. Do not chase. Do not chase. All right. Nice. Cool. Okay, I was about to say, I'm like, if my teammate chases, then it's going to get passed across. It's going to be an open goal. And luckily he saw the danger. Like halfway through, he started chasing, and then he was like, wait, I don't want to do that. Someone All right, well, if we lose this game, chat, I'm just going to point back to that. That was so unfortunate. Why are you driving away? He didn't even get bumped. He bumped into, that's even sadder. Why are you not on the wall? Starting running back, and that's why I knew I wasn't cut out for the NFL. Yep. Yeah, it really irritates me when people actually give crap to professional athletes. You don't play that much. You must be bad. Dude, this is one of the best athletes you'll ever meet in your life. like, shut up. Talking to my boyfriend, went to high school with a current NFL player, and he was scoring 5+ goals per soccer game as an 8-year-old with a broken arm. His name is Brady Russell. Bro, some of those kids are just like generational. Apparently there's a guy who's playing in the NBA who apparently is regarded as, in college, the best college lacrosse player of all time. Like, he's literally like, his best sport is not even like basketball, but he's also like an NBA quality basketball player. And I'm like, that's such a wild thing to think about. Like, imagine if lacrosse was actually like a very popular professional sport. This man could have been like lacrosse, NBA, dual threat, like dual pro. Is the NLL still a thing? I feel like I've never heard anyone bring that up. And then maybe then again, lacrosse is like, it's both popular-ish and like, but more kind of niche. The official sport of Canada. Yeah, someone brought it up. Like, apparently he's like a Heisman level. He literally is the guy that people have like said like, if they have like an award, they should rename it to him, and because he becomes like the Heisman, you know. As soon as I went for that, I was like, that's not gonna work out. I saw the guy in the back corner, and he slowed down, and for some reason my brain registered that as him cutting inside, but then as soon as I touched it, I realized there was a guy middle who was literally waiting for that exact touch, and that was just an easy goal for him for no reason. Ah, that was so stupid, dude. I didn't have to do that. I feel like a lot of 8-year-olds can do that. Score 5 goals. I mean, maybe. I mean, if you're scoring goals with a broken arm, I don't really know how that affects your soccer ability, but if you said it was a broken ankle, that's another thing, you know? Bro's just a thread on one leg. In high school, I wanted to be in the drums corps lines. Old bench player. I mean, that's literally what Brian Scalabrine does. Like, he's super well known for like the funniest and hardest quote from an NFL backup. I'm closer to LeBron than you are to me. That's such a great line because it's 100% true. People are like, these guys are washed. I'm like, yeah, except if they go into any rec league, even against super fit, like ex-collegiate players or whatever, they're gonna get washed. Like 100%. Like, they are gonna get washed. And then they do. Scalabrine just shows up to an open gym and scores like 70 points because he's like, you literally cannot guard me. Like, you are not good enough. But also, it's just, I think people forget also the comparison point of like, when a player does something bad or gets chased down or like can't get away from a certain player, they might just be like, man, these guys are slow. But it's like, no, they're not. They're just playing against the best athletes. Hakeem Udin, thank you for the 10. The name sounds very familiar.
What's up? It's been a while. I don't know if you remember me.
I feel like Udin, the last name is very familiar to me. But goated tenor indeed. Oh! Hopefully you're doing well. Mike Miller did that to costume at NBA lottery pick NBA role players that could legit dog wash any top college player, let alone a regular Joe. I mean, I've honestly debated filming some form of content. I don't know how I'd organize this, and it would take way too much time to do this. Mostly because I'm also filming stuff, and it's also hard to know if people are sarcastic, but there's so many players who will tune into the CRL broadcast and be watching a team like basically full of pros or like rank A and rank X players in NA. And they're just like, these guys are so bad, I could beat these guys. And I'm like a grand champ 1. This is so slow. These guys are so bad. And they don't realize like—
Another one, speaking head emoji, speaking head emoji.
Thank you for the other one, Hakeem. You're such a goat. What was my point? Oh, right. I wanted to get those people who say that, DM them and be like, do you want to be in a video playing against collegiate players? Prove that you're like better. And then I want to get literally just like okay collegiate players, like not even the best of the best, like Northwood and Concord. I want to get like just some pretty high ranked team, like a top 30 team or whatever, and put them in a lobby against the guys who are trash talking and see if they can hang with a collegiate team. Like, oh, they think they can play in collegiate? All right, well, here's a pretty good, not necessarily elite, but like a very good collegiate team. Can you beat them? And then they just work them. I feel like that'd be a really funny video to try out. Because it also gives a chance for all those guys who are like, no, I want to try it out. Yeah, let me get in there. But also show them like, oh, it might look slower and a little bit more chaotic than pro play, but yeah, these guys are so disgustingly good. Gotta go. Hope you have a good day. What a legend. Comes in, say, hey, do you remember me? All right, yeah, peace out. Here's 20. Thank you, Hakeem. People getting humbled. I just think that'd be such a fun video. Although probably the hardest part is organizing that and getting people into a Discord and all that. Like rank 32 to rank 16. Well, that would imply that they can even beat the first round. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I feel like it'd be like, I want to see if I could get like an organized thing of like, get like a team that's literally like a basic college team. Like a team that finishes like top like 100 in the nation or whatever in quals. And then if they beat them, then go to top 30. Then if you beat them, then get like a top 8 team. But honestly, I don't even know if teams are going to be able to get past the first one. Like a full team of high GC3s, I think is probably washing most people who think they could play at that level. Hell, even teams that like are like finishing top 100 in CRL nowadays are like multiple SSLs. Then you have these guys who are in GC2 and be like, I've played at this level before. I'm like, have you though? I was gonna back pass that, but Soda took such a weirdly long turn to get there that I was not sure if he actually did back that. Wow, good read by Bishop. I did not realize he would go for that. Typically, you want on those plays the player on the ground to go, because then if it flicks above you, the guy on the backboard has it. If the guy on the backboard goes and the guy on the ground doesn't, then if the ball goes high, then the guy on the backboard just kind of sells out the guy on the ground to have like an incredibly difficult read instead of just being able to like wait it out. Should have that. Nice. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm like, I'm just going to play 50. I'm going to jump out of it. With collegiate, it's tough because people play against their local school sculpt team and not realize the difference. Oh, no. But Corelli said it best, and it's the opinion I have, is when people are so used to watching NFL-level talent or NBA-level talent, if you're watching, like, collegiate basketball or you're watching CRL, it looks bad. Like, you're like, this doesn't look clean. Well, I'm like, well, you're used to players who are the top 1% of the 1% of the 1%. Like, if you're SSL, you are... I would say, yeah, like 1%, maybe not 1%, but like I would say like an incredibly small amount of SSLs are actually at the level that they could play pro. And so when people say regular SSLs compared to pros who are like flawlessly touching the ball, putting in like 60 hours to 80 hours a week, you know, of like gameplay, then yeah, they're gonna be worse than them. But everyone else gonna be pretty good. And so when they watch like college players, like, man, they're missing so many shots. Wow, the layups are terrible. I'm like, yeah, but they're still way better than everyone you've ever seen. I can't reach that, sad. This is actually insane, Bishop. You need anger management. That's a weird touch. That's even weirder. I can't believe you got around that. Luckily, Soda steals it. Nice. If you lose, I'm ending it all tonight. You're ending your installation of the game? You're uninstalling? That's kind of weird. Oh, I don't have that. Nice. Yeah, they usually call college players trash because they scored 70, 80 points, while NBA typically is 100 plus. You know, I mean, I will say, if I could be commissioner for one day, I think the NBA would be much better. And this is also a huge asterisk because much better means a lot of vague things. I think the NBA would be better if they instituted FIBA rules for basketball. I think let the players play a little bit more, make it a bit more physical, make defense actually worthwhile playing. Because I'm not going to lie, when I watch the NBA sometimes, watching these guys do, you know, a crazy long pivot step into a gather step into, you know, walking with the ball on every possession, it's just like, this feels very free-flowing to the point where a defender doesn't even know when a player is forced to take a shot, because they can literally like do this long-ass gather step into this weird carry. And it looks travel-y. And if you look at the rule book, that is a travel. But NBA specifically wanted to speed up offense and make it high scoring because it's more exciting. By just, oh my God. I didn't think he would turn for that because I thought it was kind of psychotic for him to do that. So I'm like, everyone watched the Olympics and like, wow, this is really entertaining. I'm like, yeah, it's because there's less fouls. Defense can actually be a little bit more aggressive. And players also can't just carry the ball in every possession. It just makes the game so much better. There was even some NBA players that are like, I like this better, low-key. Like, this is more fun to play. Like, yeah, the games are very... I don't think we had like a single Olympic game that went over 100, but I don't mind that. Make a 20-second shot clock and allow for defense to actually be played. I think 24 is fine. I think the shot clock where it's at for NBA is fine. Make conferences based on geography. California playing for the Atlantic Coast Conference. Yeah, that is also... I've never understood why they're not regional. Part of it is I know you want to make it a little bit more competitive. The same issue I have with when I'm trying to do regional conferences for CRL. Like, that idea is really fun to think about, but then there's like the Midwest, which is like the most stacked conference by far. Because in the top 8 or top 12 teams in CRL, there's like 5 of them that are basically in the Midwest. On 1K hours would be Diamond 1 Rocky. I'm not doing any more hours than you get watched at a real sport. Exactly. Nothing else to do in the Midwest except grind RL. Yeah, why do you think Ohio's so cracked out of their mind? Every day, players in Ohio wake up, go, eh? Nope. And they close the door and go right back to their setup. Like, I'm not dealing with that. I'm not dealing with Ohio nature. 5-Up be like, that's literally what Ohio's origin story is. Not today. That's what's really funny about Akron is that I don't even think they offer full rides. I think maybe one player gets it. Same with Ball State. They're just really good at recruiting. Like, I think the only player at Ball State that's on a full ride is Oath. Like, everyone else just gets like a partial scholarship or something. Or maybe they get like tuition or 3/4 tuition or something like that. But yeah, I think the only player, I think Ball State only, it's a kind of like a designated franchise tag type thing for most schools. Having lived in Ohio, I get it, to be honest. I'm so sorry. They might put a Russian college in the United States conference. Honestly, that'd be kind of wild. The USC conference featuring Russia. The Mines, but it's just queuing threes and NA servers. That is the Mines, actually, low key. Gonna have the first time in 2 weeks going to the Cedar Point amusement park, though. I've heard good things. Good job, how you did it. One thing. Might as well be the case, do it for the money. Well, that's why collegiate esports are actually kind of funny for Rocket League, because with so many tournaments, there's like several players that are making like a pretty good living out of that. Because back in the day, collegiate used to be very like, they'd be very strict on broadcast. They'd be like, remember, casters, this is not money, it is scholarship. You know, these players aren't getting paid this stuff. They're getting money off their education, which if you think about it, is kind of lit. You win a national championship, you get you got probably like a year or two paid off your bill or whatever. And you're like, hell yeah. But now in the era where like a lot of players are on full rides, it's like, well, I already don't have to pay for anything. And all this money is honestly just Like, what are you supposed to do? If you're on a full ride and you, congrats, you won $50,000 off your tuition. What tuition? Like, it's already paid. So then Rocket League transitioned to like, okay, now we're just gonna give you a check, which is way better. And also, it's a lot of players who are like, hey, I might not ever make it big in pro, but like, I got some fat checks. Northwood University and Rocket League has more earnings as an organization than a lot of pro teams. Problem is that the Cedar is halfway between Toledo and Cleveland. Bleh. Wait, Toledo? I always thought Toledo was like a Colorado town. Why? Toledo, Colorado. Nah, you know, that does sound wrong. What am I thinking of? Maybe nothing. Sounds typical like me. What am I thinking of? Nothing? Bet. Holy Toledo. Exactly. No double? Okay, interesting. Telluride? I don't know, actually. I have no idea what I'm referring to. I don't know why I thought Toledo was in Colorado. Toledo up there by Ashland or some. Sure. Toledo's cool, but I can only think of the Toledo Rockets. Is that like a... Oh my god, it's Hezzy. Oh no, not the back pass from randoms. Love it when my teammate sees me chasing it and tries to take it off me anyway. Just gonna be a dick and steal their boost. Maybe I'm thinking of Tulane. Isn't that a Tennessee school? You know, I almost feel like guarantee I'm thinking of Tulane, which is not in Colorado. Tulane's in Louisiana? What? Then what am I thinking of? I feel like it's like, oh, I'm thinking of Toledo. Oh, no, that's not Toledo. You're thinking of Tulane. No, you're not thinking of Tulane. You're thinking of Tallahassee, Florida. Maybe. I gotta say, Tallahassee, a hell of a name. Really fun to say. They banged with that. Quinnipiac is just too hard to pronounce. I feel like when you look at it, you're like Quinny, and just like a little bit of too much loading time. Whereas I feel like Tallahassee is like, oh, okay, I get it. I'm assuming that it's like a Native American name. Most banger names I feel like are Native American like names originally. Thank you. Oh, no, it's Toblerone. Ah, right. It's Quinnipiac. I remember because I used to cast them in smaller collegiate leagues, and I deliberately went to their website to find like, here at Quinnipiac, and I was like, ah, you know. It's like, we prepare our students for an ever-changing reality of blah, 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 blah. Wow, I love being owned on 50s. I was so confident we wouldn't get owned. How did this even happen? He was like below the ball. That's crazy you hit that down. I don't even know if that was a pass. He just didn't hit the ball. Pyro Slugger and Thwack. I gotta say, Thwack is a fun name. Man, I love it when you don't hit the ball. Sad. Bang! What a pass! Might be Native American. Florida stays in Tallahassee. Their team name is the Seminoles. Yep. If they're not careful, they're going to become the Commanders. See, people might not like the name the Commanders, but personally, the new Washington logo, it fucks. I'm sorry. It just does. It's just that good. I think it's like a cool abstract look, but I dig it. Every time I see it, I'm like, oh yeah. Also, it helps that Jaden Daniels has just the most swag. Incredibly good player. They really got away with a steal on that one. He's got what the kids say is the sauce. Am I last? Why am I last? Why am I last? I was about to say, I'm like, please. Hope he doesn't have a second year slump. He had such a good first year. I'd have to imagine them just getting him more weapons equals that team is going to light up. Now just imagine what Bengals could do if they actually had a defense. I did not expect you again to get owned on that 50. What happened here? You ungled it, dude. I hate that. No. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter! I worry about the longevity of Kingsbury's offense. Maybe. Gotta remind myself this is the same organization that ruined RG3, but I want to... Well, did they ruin it? Didn't he just get injured? I forget how he got injured, so if it was because they just overworked him, that's one thing, but... I think RG3 was their cautionary tale. Like, hey, we got a great quarterback, let's not throw it away, and then they throw it away, you know? No, bad pass. No. We threw... John, you gotta go or not? I was like, it's like you either have to go immediately or not go at all. And luckily he chose the not at all. Nice job, Zach. It was a scheme putting a lot of offense into carry, and he ran himself on the ground. They did nothing to support him knowing he was injury prone. It's kind of sad. Honestly, I can't imagine a worse feeling because people think about like, oh yeah, injuries are bad. But imagine your entire life building up to being a pro player. Like every minute of your life has been programmed to be super fit, the best of the best. You go to college, you excel in college, you go to finally get drafted to the pros. It's like everything's coming together. You're gonna be a quadrillionaire by the end of it. Hell yeah, da-da-da. And then you tear a knee and then the doctor says you'll never be good again. Like you're gonna be permanently hobbled by this. Dude, I don't know how people don't crash out. And then people are wondering why former NFL players that got like injured out go to like get into like trouble with the law sometimes. It's got to be such a mentally taxing thing. I remember I think I told you guys about this, but there's a podcast where Gilbert Arenas talks about how a lot of basketball players treat the NBA kind of like a job because all they've done their entire life was just to like, this is the way I get out of poverty. This is how I lift my family. Like I was gifted with being insanely good, so I'm gonna work my hardest. And then they get to the league, and by the time they get out or if they get injured, they don't know how to handle their life day to day because they've never had a hobby because their whole day was just training. And he said when he retired, he literally used to still drive on the way to the stadium as if he was going to practice because he was just such in a routine that he was depressed if he didn't do that. And I was just like, damn, that's a hardcore thing to even think about. LC said the brain tumor is now wheelchair bound. Played not on him, but now his whole career's over. Yeah. Shanahan gets all his quarterbacks injured. He finds a way. I'm not queuing. I'm so sorry, chat. I thought I was. I was like, man, this is a really long queue again. I think Jaden Daniels was like unanimous Rookie of the Year, I want to say. And if he wasn't, I don't know how anyone else could be above him. Maybe I'm forgetting someone, but I feel like he was like very clearly like the thing. Which I find really impressive when a player goes to play against collegiate defenses and then has to go to the NFL and still is that level. Chicago Bears, QB killers. No. I think personally, if you go to the Browns, your career gets destroyed. The only quarterback I can really see that was at that level immediately afterwards is Mayfield, like Baker. Like he got infinitely better the moment he left. And then people realized, oh, maybe the team just blows. That's why it's like really funny to see the Browns quarterback room right now. And then see Sanders in there as well. Someone was in a thread saying the other day of like, if the Browns didn't draft Tim Couch, they think he could have been like an all-timer. And I'm like, I mean, first of all, we'll never know. Second of all, Tim Couch, he was good, but I don't know. Maybe the Browns are just significantly bad enough that it makes any elite quarterback look like absolute dog poop. Also, apparently, Dion was saying that of all teams to draft Shadur, all they want him, he said the only team they don't want him to go to is the Browns, basically. Because they know that would be like a death knell for a quarterback. And then what do you know? Relevancy, played scout team safety for the Panthers, and now a top QB for Tampa. Yep. Am I hallucinating? Wasn't he on the Bills briefly? I vaguely remember him being on a Bills commercial, but maybe I'm hallucinating that. Maybe I'm just mixing him up with a Josh Allen commercial. I don't know how long Allen's been there. I just began paying attention to the NFL about like a year and a half ago. Took like a decade off from following it. He wasn't on the Bills. I must be mixing up with an early Josh Allen or something. Baker's a funny dude though. Oh, I should have stayed at field. Okay. Yeah, a little wide. That first touch could have been better. I kind of wish he left it. All right, we're a little bit off on that, on the coordination. Hey, Web Slinger, what you been up to? People also say Johnny Manziel. Manziel? I know, I forgot how he said it. Johnny Manziel or whatever. Wait, am I high? Was this 1-0? They saw enough, I guess. Not enough cues, so here comes the... Not much, how about you? We're just getting back to the swing of things. We are 1778 right now. So we are currently a couple games off 1800, and then we're within 100 of SSL. So just got to win 10 more games. It actually is hilarious to think about teams and like how everyone's like, well, the quarterback's the most important position. Then you think about it and you're like, damn, Bears got to the 2006 Super Bowl with Rex Grossman. And then Ravens won it in 2000 with Trent Dilfer, which I think is still the record for worst quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl. Yeah, Jam immediately is like Trent Dilfer. Of course, Grossman didn't win, but of course he didn't. He was playing against Manning. I will say, as a massive Devin Hester stan, no sport moment will come close. Well, few football moments will ever come close to Hester taking back the opener. Legitimately one of the most electric things. It is a shame that the new kickoff rule has basically eliminated anyone who's going to ever be able to touch Hester's kickoff threat. The dedicated return man is a lost breed. Got this Whitney in a glass. I think it's a Whitney. Cordell Patterson broke it already. What? Hello? He had more than 6 returns in a season. Who the heck is Cordell Patterson? I'm completely lost. Oh, he's the most kickoff return touchdowns. Interesting. He's got 9. I've never heard of that guy, so that's kind of wild. Yeah, Hester was definitely like a return merchant for punts. Punts are definitely the one where because I think Hester's at 22, 23 all time. But even beyond that, when you look at his like average return distance, it's pretty wild. Well, I think every time people are like, well, Josh Cribbs is also really good. This guy's really good. I'm like, yeah, but like the fact that every single time Hester touched it, you knew he was probably getting like a clean. If he had like decent blocking off the initial guy, he probably was guaranteed to take it 10 to 15 yards, like immediately. I will say in his rookie season where he had 6, then following it up with I think 5 in the next season as well. So you're just like, oh, so it wasn't a fluke. But yeah, he did 2 straight seasons like that, and then there were a couple times. There was even a couple of ones where he took it to the house, but it got called back because like someone like did like a block in the back or something, like clipped someone, like an unnecessary block too, where it's just like, buddy, we don't have to do that. Once he clears the first 2 guys, it's going. Like you don't have to do that. Shout out to the first and I think only player in Madden history to get the 100 speed stat. Hey, it's Kara. Fake Kara? Yeah, I think it's fake Kara. Hoping the game with the kickoff return could be the best momentum spike ever. Yeah, and the Bears did nothing with it. Yeah, I'm glad Hester got into the Hall of Fame, though. I agree that it's like, people are like, yeah, but he's best known for kickoff returner. I'm like, yeah, but if you're the best to ever do it, you know, like that has to be worth something. I feel like it'd be such a, I'm glad they, like, the NFL did away with that, like, idea that they're like, I don't know. If he was a good receiver, maybe, but. It's like Ray Guy, best punter of all time. Like you should be in the hall for that. Oh. DJX is the only person to ever come close to now. It's never gonna happen. Yeah, the kickoff rule. I mean, granted, kickoffs are dangerous as hell, so I kind of agree with them, like limiting it a little bit. It is just a little rough that most kickoffs are just touchbacks now. Because personally, I think the most exciting plays in football are returns. I'm gonna leave that. Ooh. I was a little too close to the goal for a fake, but I figured, eh. Oh, hello. Terrible landing. PR doesn't have it. Nice, wide. No, Kara. Oh, that was interesting. I think that was meant to be a fake, so. Bro. This is the most dysfunctional trio I feel like I've ever played in ranked. They're like triple committing on everything. It's very hard to read like who actually has the ball. Sorry. Nice. I think put owners and execs in, they should include special teams. Then we could be better for right now. The guys spent decades taught to kick it to the end zone. Yep. I think the dynamic kick thing is kind of interesting. I think that's like the NFL doing the right thing. Like, we want to incentivize there to be like somewhat returns, and it's not always a benefit. In a way, I think of it as like, it's kind of like an adaptation to allow walking, you know? Like, sometimes you get a home run hitter up, and in a crucial moment of the game, you're like, I'm just going to let him get on base. Like, I don't really care. We're giving up field position a little bit. I should have assumed that was going to be a bump. I just really wish Ches didn't turn on this. It's such a bad idea from him. Because if you pinch it, that's one thing. But like, if you're that close, the guy's just going to give it away anyway. No, please don't bump him. Please don't bump him. No, I missed. Please. I don't like how we're all clumping. Sad. A little wide. Or the post taking a beating on that side. Sick bump. Why are you throwing a... Dude. Man, fake carry. You're really killing me here. Ooh, Ches, you're killing me. Okay, I was about to say, I'm like, you don't double that. It's really bad. How is Bishop... I hate full party so much. Why? I was about to say, I'm like, you could have cleared that all the way down the line. He went for the sideline and then hit it right back in the middle. You missed! You jumped so early. Why? You had the save. I let him jump for that just in case on the double, and then he didn't hit it because it was a crossbar. And then, oh, man, I knew Kara was behind me, so I'm like, that's a pretty easy clear on the backboard. It's fine. He's got it if I don't. Man, fake Kara. Come on, buddy. You gotta step it up. They really have them when they did. They were electric. New onside kick roll, stupid. I miss fakes and onside audibles. That stuff is interesting. I forget who did it a while back, but there was a onside kick and the kicker recovered it himself. He just like went up and then went for the lightest touch ever directly forward and then was able to dive on it right after 10 yards. And I'm like, low-key, that was like kind of insane. But yeah, but since everyone has to stay still immediately, it kind of defeats the purpose of that. Pat McAfee, yeah. Pat McAfee, never again will we have a punter with the mindset of a linebacker. No pinch. No. Absolutely atrocious. And chat, I just want to get back to 1800s. Shouldn't be this difficult. Especially against a team like that was diving all over. Not us missing 2 open nets, though. Cool. Oh. Dude, can I be helped? We don't actually have a third. What happened here? Where is my third? He's AFK. Oh my god. I was about to say, I'm like, why am I dodging a demo, dodging another demo, dodging another demo, all by the time Hezzy got back? It's because he's sitting on the boost. Sad. I will say, Hezzy's one of those players that's a very good player, but because he's so good, he doesn't actually try, I feel like, in some of these games. And it gets a little frustrating. He's like a comp hitter or something. Or a comp clip hitter. That's the vibe I get. I love that man with all my heart at times, but it's also very annoying to have to play with him when he's in that mode. Got that jump? Ah. Does anyone else remember Sports Science? Like the show on ESPN? I forget it was always on ESPN, but it was... I think they bought it or something as like a product. But anyway, I remember there was this one challenge where like... I don't remember exactly what it was. Or maybe it wasn't even Sports Science. I feels like it was. But they were drafting... it was like trying to test out like... saving penalty... Something about saving penalty kicks. And... these average guys, or maybe it was pros versus Joes or whatever. I don't remember. One of the challenges was like saving a penalty kick. And this one guy was like drafting like who he wanted to take a PK from as a goalie. And he picked it former pro punter. And they're like, why did you do that? And he's like, well, he's used to kicking it up. I don't think he'll be that good at kicking the ball like low on a goal. And then the first penalty, he top shelves it at like 90 miles an hour. And I'm like, what an idiot. Hey, who do you want to take on a penalty kick from at full speed? Probably the guy that made a living kicking. I'm like, look, he might not have the form to take a penalty, but you're telling me if he doesn't get on the midpoint of that ball, he's not sending it. He's the fastest kick out of all these players. Their life too. I mean, yeah. I just love the logic. Well, he's used to kicking it up. Okay. Bad touch. Ah, calls him. Y'all got this W? Hello, Caleb. We're trying. We gave kind of a freebie right in the beginning. Man, I thought I could get that to that guy, but if we had a little bit more boost, maybe. That's fine. I like the idea there. How you doing, Caleb? We shouldn't. Has he eaten? No. That's crazy. Why'd you get above it? Put on a decent winning streak in 2s and 3s. That's good to hear, Caleb. We're getting to about 1770, 1780, and then we just throw games away, so. Crossbar, not your friend. It's not even that our friend. We just threw an easy goal earlier, and then past that, we were just not able to get shots on. I mean, we literally had 11 shots to 3, and we lost, you know? Like, those are always the frustrating games. I don't mind losing, but if we're losing after, like, kicking their butt on offense, it's like, we're missing out, buddy. Who's DMing me? I'm working on a. I'm working as a voiceover guy for a content studio within Fortnite creators, and the only thing I dislike about working with them is occasionally they'll use at like here or at everyone for certain channels, and it's really annoying because like it's relevant to like most people in the Discord, but it's like kind of annoying to get pinged all the time with like, hey guys, we have a meeting in 15 for like members, and I'm like, well, I'm not there, so. Fake Kara? Yep, you bet. Hopefully this is a Smurf team, or rather a boosted team with that gold winner. I can already tell by Faded Hex's moving around, he is definitely a underranked player for this lobby. I was about to say, like, that is not an angle he really has. Oh, tried to get around that to tap it to the side wall. Did not manage that super well. Wait, low key, he actually passed me on the backboard. I didn't believe in him. Sure. It's fine. Ches, nice. 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 No, I'm bot. Sometimes you place it too well, or you try to place it too well. I have C's, I have C's. Could not see Resilient. I would say that. I was wondering if like a Sneeze has ever decided like a comp match. Imagine being in Val or something, you're watching a corner and then you sneeze and you close your eyes for a half second, turn your head, and then the guy comes around the corner and gets you, and you're like, I'm an idiot. Imagine watching the replay of your favorite team and just watching them go on the player camera and then immediately just whiff one. You're like, nah! Ooh. Nice. I shouldn't have shot that above. I should have just lobbed it. I know Kara was super far back, so I'm like, you wouldn't be able to get the immediate follow, but it's very risky to assume that the defense does not have any read on that. Kara, tap once, tap once. Perfect, leave. Ah, I tried to go top corner on that one. If I hit it a little lower, maybe that's a harder save. Kara, all yours. Bonk. No, I saved my own save. I tried to take out the goalie. Man, I sent him to the next zip code. That guy was still floating. I can probably get that inside. I cannot. Okay, Ches, you gotta get that. Okay, nice little scoop. Nice pass. Nice timing on that one. Hello, Governor. Hello, nephew. How you doing? I have a bit of internal bruising from a boxing spar. It makes coughing and sneezing painful. Yeah, I've been there. Well, not from boxing, but like I've definitely gotten like a hit hard to the ribs or something, and the next couple of days you cough and you're like, ow, 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 ow. Like everything is just a little tender. Okay, I was just trying to get away. Kev dog. What's up with you? Oof, the timing on that was not on my side. Bomb my biochem palms today. Oh, I'm sorry about that, nephew. Is your grade still good without it? How you doing? Pretty good. Got back from a pretty solid CECC. And other than that, we're kind of just chilling. Trying to see if we got that job. I did my 3rd round interview for a job, a remote sales job, which would be lit. Well, mostly remote. I'm gonna have to probably commute to some places eventually, but they seem to really like me. I've been told internally they like me. They're just taking a little bit of a risk because I have. If you think about it, like I've been able to market myself as like I sell myself as like a salesman. So like what I'm selling is like the product is me. So I'm trafficking myself. No, I'm being able to like try to frame that as like I could do sales well. I know tech. I absorb knowledge very quickly because that's what I did in grad school. That's a skill and just how I am. And they seem to really like me, and the sales director, who's the boss, that's gonna be my boss, apparently he likes me. The CEO seems to be at least somewhat interested in what I could bring, but they haven't offered me anything yet, so I'm like trying to see how that goes. If that goes through, we're so back, chat. Like that's gonna be such great staple income. Maybe not stable, depending on how I sell, because it might be commission based to start. But they asked me my salary expectations, so I feel like they're taking me a bit more serious than that. So I asked him straight up, like, if you guys aren't sure about me, I straight up told him, like, if you're not sure about me, I'd be down to like work for a lower salary at first and then prove that I can earn more and be worth more. So I told him like straight up, like if my salary was somewhere 30, 40K to start with commission, I'm perfectly fine. I make enough from esports and streaming that I'd be able to fill in the gaps from there. But if I talk to my other friends who work at that company and they say like, this boss is like very generous with raises and changing your contract. Like if he starts you at 30, 40K, he's like, apparently there was another guy on another team that started at like 45K or something when he started. And then after a month, they were like, damn, this guy's doing really well. And then they upped him to like 75K basically, like within a month. Because they're like, it's just like, if you put in the effort, you'll be great. Your car is so massive. JC, you're so desperate to get that punchline in. Jesus, dude. Hey, it's Sath, you and Raw Greg. Fun fact, both these guys follow me on Twitter. Actually, wait, I don't know if Raw Greg follows me. I think he does. we've had many a conversation within my chat. I don't know if he actually follows me though. Oh. I went the skim. Be silly to not take it. Well, I mean, the thing is, again, I've never worked in sales. The big thing that they seem really preoccupied in is not necessarily how fast I can learn. I think they gave me a test. That was my second interview. After it, they gave me access to the training modules for like all the stuff in sales you have to learn. And according to them, like I learned the stuff pretty well. I was able to talk about it pretty confidently and everything. And they're like, so I'm not too worried about that. But they were very much like, are you absolutely sure that you want to do this job? Are you absolutely sure you enjoy this job? Because a lot of your job is going to be doing more of this, like training while working. And I told them like, yeah, I'm fine. And I think they're concerned I'm just a guy who's like, yeah, shut up, give me a job, you know? Because they probably have had employees come in the past and are just like, yeah, I think I'd like this. And then when they actually try it, they hate it, you know what I mean? And that is a fear that I have deep down that maybe I won't. But so far, I've actually been really enjoying just learning about stuff, like just doing trainings and like picking up my knowledge base on something. What would you be selling? It's like tech sales, Ahmed. So it's very based around like security, like network and physical security within businesses. Hoping the best for you. I'm in such a situation with EDU sports company. Yes, education esports. And also they're taking a risk because the company is based in another state and they basically got floated the idea of maybe one day expanding to Dallas. So I'd be their first person out here. So it's kind of like, I think they're a little bit nervous that they're like, not only is it like my skill set might be good, but it's like I'm not where they do most of their business. So they have to figure out like, how can they use me if like they don't have as many connections out there, you know? The other thing is, I guess they need like a license to do like a specific type of work, which is like one of their kind of like bundle package type of offers. Like, oh, if you need help setting up, like, I think it's like the electrical wiring, like they might not have like a license in Texas to operate that. So like, they're like that also impacts what you can sell and like how much utility you can offer to them. Raw Greg going for bumps, that's crazy. Texas is massive. JC, I will throw you off a bridge. Also, there's no shot you have a different account named J that just is the letter J, the letter C. Is this love language? No, it's not. It's my hate language. It's my, this is a threat, not a warning. Oh. Okay. Yeah, if I can lock down that job that's like guaranteed, like probably like $3,000 to $4,000 a month, and then on top of that, being able to take home esports stuff and whatnot. If I start selling well, that's commission on top of all that. So just like we have potential to really escape the gulag, the economic gulag of esports with this. Obviously, it might affect our ability to work in esports to a certain extent, but hopefully it doesn't too much. For example, I have a gig coming up that might be like during work hours, basically. So I'm like, I told the gig, I was like, I might have to drop out of that depending on, you know, if it goes through. But I also hope that the job is flexible enough since I'm remote that like, hey, this day I signed this contract before you offer me the job. But like, do you mind if I stop doing work at like 3 p.m. my time on a Wednesday and a Thursday? And I'll just make up the hours later. Fame's also massive. JC, I really need you to develop a personality. I really, really need it. I really need you to learn how to actually make a joke that isn't just, you know what else is massive. So I'll see you tomorrow. Trying to teach you how to be actually funny and humorous. Hey man, how you feeling? Pretty good. We're on the mend. Honestly, when I made that post on YouTube and Twitch and Twitter, my Discord, about like how I am not in a good place, I'm in a miserable mood, I'm like blah, 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 blah. Honestly, a lot of it was just due to the fact that I really was like getting no traction with any jobs. Esports was like really exploding. So it went from like, yeah, I've learned honestly the number one stressor I have that affects everything else around me is like if I just don't have the economics sketched out. Because that 1 month, 45-day period where it was like I had a bunch of gigs cancel on me. My job search had like 3 or 4 leads that all evaporated randomly. So I was like, I was getting stressed. And so when I tried to stream, I was just constantly like feeling like I'm letting you guys down because it's hard to like be in a good mood when you're not in good mood in real life. You know what I mean? Like it's hard to fake that because you're streaming for 2.5 hours. It's very hard to just put on like a fake smile, like hee hee, everything's fine, hee hee. And so I realized my stream was just like very upsetty spaghetti constantly. Like anything would go wrong and it would affect me like 15 times more than it normally would, or honestly should. And it's not really fun to watch a stream where the guy just comes in and he's like default like, and then when something goes wrong, I'm immediately like, this is the end of it all. Like this will never be improved. Also horrible read, but also I don't know why both players are up on that. I thought that bounce would be a little bit lighter, so I'm like, So yeah, that was my week. So since then, we've gotten some good traction with some esport gigs. My content's picked up a little bit in terms of income, and then beyond that, I had this lead. Shout out to my YouTube viewer, Austin H. Generous man on the YouTube, but also he's the one that literally talked to the CEO of his company and tried to sell the idea of me as a sales guy in Texas, and the guy ran with it, was nice enough to give me a phone call. I passed that test, passed the second interview, and hopefully now we nailed our third. If we do a fourth, I'm not gonna lie, I don't really know what else they want from me. Like I'm just like, we've answered all the tests. We've answered all the questions you have, like legitimately, like what more do you need to know? That's a horrible thing. I just recently went on Zola because the financial hanging in there. Oh, Adam, I feel you, man. Stuff is brutal. Okay, I can't win with Hezi because we're not actually on the same page at any given moment. Also, I don't know what the heck this is. Why are you challenging this? Why are you standing still? I'm gonna Q dodge a little bit. I don't want to play with Hezi right now. At least not with that duo. Understandable for both you as well as your streaming career. I went through my own rough patch in February, so I can relate to the feelings you were expressing. 100%. Yeah, like I'm not gonna lie, job market out here is brutal. Like, Even me I was telling people this earlier. I was applying to jobs where it's like, oh, we're looking for someone with a bachelor's minimum and like 3 years of experience. I'm like, I have a master's in 7 years, and I would apply and just get denied within a day. And I'm like, what? Or my favorite is you apply and then you hear absolutely nothing, and then like 6 weeks later, they're like, hey, we decided to go with someone else. I'm like, yeah, I bet. Like, oh, thank you for responding literally a month and a half later after I applied. Like, this is not a long application. It's literally just like, here's my cover letter, here's my app. Like, yeah, I understand you have a lot of applicants, but like, I don't know. I used to do job searches. You can tell pretty early on when someone is not going to make your short list. But yeah, it was pretty brutal. I wasn't even applying to jobs that I had literally direct experience in. They're like, hey, we need a lab coordinator for this research, like military research or something. And I'm just like, yep, I've done that. Worked in an army lab, you know, already certified with all these different things, you know, experience with this, basically done a managerial position, have 7+ years of psychological science research. Like, we're good. Let's go. And then they are like, actually, no, not good enough. I'm just like, okay, well, I guess no one's hiring then. RIP. Which is why I was like, I need to pivot careers at this point. I don't think psych is available unless you're a bachelor's with a lot of experience. Because once they have a master's, you have to pay them more, and I don't think any company wants to do that. Hey, I had a call over applications just outright denying things. I think if you're not at least notifying people, it's really annoying. I applied to a UNT position literally 4 months ago, and I still have not heard back. I've emailed like the HR, and they have egoed me as well. So I'm just like, so is this application just not closed? Like, part of me feels like the position got filled, and they just forgot to close it out. I think job posters should be fined if they don't take down a posting that's already filled. Like, literally, they should just have this whole... they should have to email people and be like, hey, did you hire someone for this position? And if they say yes, then it's like, cool, take the post down. And if they don't take the post down, then they just get fined. It's crazy how many job postings are like, this was posted 30 days ago, and then you apply and it still is no response. And I'm like, hello? Anyone? It doesn't even have to be a personal letter. Just say like, sorry, you didn't get it, and that's it. But I don't know. I guess it's asking too much even when everything's automated. Also, we should find a way to regulate ghost jobs. Just, you know, just selling data. I'll apply for this position, then you apply, no one gets hired, and then you just gave a huge resume thing to train their AI bot or whatever. Like, if you're not hiring someone for a position, burn. burn in the lowest levels of the inferno. Yeah, for me, Adam, it wasn't even actually like anxiety necessarily. It was just like, it just felt like, what am I supposed to do? You know, like the fact that the job search back in the day was just really nail your application and nail your cover letter or whatever and go from there. Now it's gotten to the point where it's like the only solution is not to apply to the right jobs. Because when I used to apply, I would apply to like 20 places. I'd probably heard back from like 3-ish, you know? Whereas nowadays it feels like, oh, just apply like to 20 jobs every single day and you'll probably get a bite on one. And I'm like, one? Like, what? Hire an intern and let them comb through dull tasks like that. Don't leave the state of the market just in such uncertain state. Feels disrespectful, lazy, and unprofessional. That's my beef, dude. That's my biggest beef, is just people not caring about the state of it all. And I will say, yes, part of me was a little bit entitled, and I'm like saying like, yes, I could probably go to like my local like 7-Eleven and apply for a job. But I'm like, buddy, I did 20+ years of school. You're telling me like I got a master's and I can't even get like a job that's even like a degree worthy job? You know, you're telling me I have to work in retail, I have to work in whatever. Not denigrating those jobs. They're still important jobs that people need to have. But I'm just like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to mentally handle having to work for like $10 an hour, you know? My starter job out of college did not pay me well. It was like $13. But, you know, eventually you get to like 15, 17, 20, etc. Casting technically gives me like the best return for my hourly because it's a performance-based job, but overqualified. I mean, yeah, but that's the thing is like, I understand like if you actually desperately needed that cash, yeah, you could probably just do 2 jobs and grind or whatever. I don't know. Maybe people are like, oh, it's a woke opinion, but I'm like, personally, I don't think you should have to work 2 jobs to live. Personally, I think you should just be able to work a job. But also on top of that, I'm like, I think also if you go and get your master's in a field, you shouldn't have to apply to 700 jobs to get 1 response. But there's only so many applicants. Yeah, buddy, except like I have great recs and I have a good degree from a good college, you know? Like I have 7 years of experience in something where you need 2. Like, why am I not even, I'm not even saying give me the job, just like no interview even. I'm not worth an interview. You're not at least a little bit curious why that's what you wanted and this is who is applying and you're like not gonna be like, so why do you want this job? Because I heard someone will be like, well, maybe they think you're just gonna use this job and leave. Then ask me that in the interview. Hey, you're gonna leave? And if I give any hesitation, then you can just be like, all right, well, they're probably gonna leave. But if I'm just like, no, I really just need something stable in the area, you applied and like you had your application up and so therefore, yeah, I'm down. That's it. Ooh, that was a nice skim. Seen a lot of AI interviews. Ugh. Hey, Parker, I'll read that in a sec. Didn't mean to clear it like that, but okay. Luckily, Tadco has 1 touch. Nice. I don't know why all 3 of us were on that. What's how you doing, Turret? Man, just did not have the boost to be able to actually do that. Yo, Turret, you gotta hook. You gotta connect with BU and join that San Jose Rocket League team. They qualified for CCC. They just didn't have enough firepower. I'm like, if only Turret could get there. I had the same job a year ago. I was looking for a job 11 months. I spent looking for a job in HVAC 11 months. So much stuff there. Being a need in the field. Glad I'm where I'm at now. And no, exactly, Parker. Like even in fields where like they need people, they're so picky and they just don't select anyone. And I'm like, listen, if you're HVAC, at a certain point, if your company's so desperately hiring and you're a guy like HVAC certified, has like all the qualifications, has prior work experience, all the apprenticeship is paid for, and you're still denying like 90% of applicants, like who are you even hiring at a certain point? The elite of the elite? Like there's no companies doing that. My favorite is when they're desperately applying for things and then you're like, oh, I must have not gotten it. Someone else got it. And then you go online like 3 months later and the same app got reposted. I'm like, do you need people or not? Like, are people leaving this job en masse? If so, you should probably evaluate how you're freaking running your business if everyone keeps leaving your job. That's another thing that I can't stand is when companies are hiring every month. That's the biggest red flag to me. Some people are like, oh, it shows actually a good company because they're constantly expanding and they have ops for you. No, if they need to rehire a similar position every single like 90 days, it means people are working for you and immediately being like, ew, and then leaving. Like that's the only thing that means. It does not mean they're expanding. Oh, that was interesting. So I was kind of waiting for my teammate to bump him, but instead he kind of just stared at it. Then he tapped it for him. Man, this guy's a BM. 30-year-old Julian says, what's up, Taco? Well, hello, Julian. Close one. Full team of Sam Pros, all right. I think you put over NBA playoffs, not really. We meet again for the uncountable amount of time, yes. Steph isn't playing tonight. Maybe they're trying to rest him. Actually, it makes no sense. Aren't they down by like 2 in the series, or am I imagining? Turk gonna play? Nah, I don't know. How you doing, Rice Bowl? Steph's injured? Yeah, I mean, I figured that's why, but he said for some reason, which makes me feel like he's not injured. Either that or they've like been downplaying how injured he is. Turn to face. Locked up at the local jail for shooting the basket so well. Yep. Can you imagine if NBA play? Honestly, I wonder if GMs on playoffs basically enforce like players you're not allowed to have any fun. Like no going out, no going to clubs, no going even to dinner. You're gonna eat at home because they're just like, I don't want any risk of any shenanigans. Can you imagine if a local police force recognized Steph Curry and literally just found some BS reason to lock him up overnight? They're just like, yeah, no, we're gonna lock him up as a person of interest, and people are just like, what? New York implode after they beat the Celtics. Honestly, that's why I like getting out of sports for like years at a time and then coming back in. Because like if someone told me, oh, the Knicks are a viable playoff team, I'd be like, what? What? That's never been a thing. No, I'm bad. Why would you jump at that? Whatever, Taha. That's not even the real Taha. Fraud Taha, dude. Wait, fake Luca as well. What the heck is this? Oh, wait, never mind. This is not fake Luca. This is a real Luca. Also very fun for Pacers. That's another team. Honestly, I know I've definitely been out of sports for too long when the Trailblazers are an elite squad or something. Luca, have you seen the fraud Luca queuing lately? Honestly, I'm gonna laugh my ass off if that was actually the real Luca and he's just been trash talking me despite me knowing him for a couple of years. There's a fraud Luca somewhere in ranked that has been like a terrible teammate and player. He's been like just going for like everything, missing stuff, and then blaming teammates for getting worked, and it's just like, dude, come on. This is the former Rochester University from like a Minnesota team, CRL team. These guys are pretty solid. Again, in order to win and get to 1800, I basically have to beat a CRL team. Velocity, why are we... Wide open backfield, and he's coming off the corner, and I pass down the line, and he rotates out. Like, buddy, come on. That's literally just a wide open hit for you, if you want it. How many DDoS games you get? Honestly, none. Unless you play like 2s at a pretty high level or like 3s at SSL level, you don't. I don't think I've gotten DDoS. The only time I thought it was in one 3s game yesterday, and it's not even close. Awesome. All right, I just want to forfeit so I can see just how much of a plat player, whoever Velocity is. I've not seen him hit an aerial yet, so anytime every time I see a duo queue and one of the players is just slow as hell through a lot of their challenges, I just assume it's a guy who's like a plat player. He's like, I've always wanted to see what it's like to do this, and I go, all right, here's an ult account. Since the update, I mean, I do know that there's still DDoSing going on, but it's a lot more rare. Because I'm in the Epic Partner Discord, and they were pretty much every time a streamer gets DDoSed, they've been pinging it, and the people from the mod team come in and I don't think they know we can forfeit. Again, I'm not playing a CRL team with these randoms. This is a fake Taha and some guy who has not hit an aerial yet. Like, I'm good. I'm good. This is nearly 1800. I'm good. We can move on. Again, way too many people who like being stepped on. Meow. Hi, kitty. Meow. Where are we right now? I'm like 1770. After this, I'm going to be 1760. I literally read that, but I just was like, it was delayed just enough where I had to slow down a little bit. Why not pass it back? Why not 50 it? Oh, it's one. Thank you. Okay, I gotta see the MMR. I have to see the MMRs. There's no shot. They're both 1700s. I would bet anything that these players are on friends accounts. I would bet anything. Granted, everyone's allowed to have a bad game, so I'm not gonna say that it's 100%. But I don't. There's nothing more that puts me off kilter more than when I'm queuing in these lobbies. I see a player struggle to hit anything, and then I look at their MMR, and it's like, yep, top 0.01%. And I'm just like, all right, I guess you're technically a GC3. My favorite was that one game where teammates were just jumping at everything, missing half of it, getting open shots, clanging it wide, and then they both turned out to be 1800 flat. And I'm just like, God, we got Hezi again. Oh, no, we didn't. Oh, even bet. Oh, wait, okay, we have Hezi, but they have those guys. By the rule of ranked, Velocity and Taha are about to score 4 different games. Hezi says these last few are bangers. Let me watch it with you. I'm so lost what he's talking about. Nice. Hi, kitty. I know you're a cat. I gave her quite the petting session right before this. I was petting her for like 30 minutes. She was like, hell yeah, that's the stuff. And then I went to do stream, and now she's like, TikTok. She's like, TikTok, dick. Like, it's time for me to be sitting down, getting pets, and you're just chilling. And I'm like, I don't know, I'm still streaming. So my cat's like, I'm gonna destroy you if you think that's good enough. Also, do not try to claw at me. Do not. No. Kitty, stop. Hezi, buddy. Buddy boy. Kitty, knock it off. I think Shells doesn't like it because the lights are off. They don't like sit in the dark. Hezi, no. I don't know why he's going to bump on that. I mean, I know, but at the same time, I'm like, if you just stayed middle, that's a clean pass into a bind. He's got the reset. Nice. Kitty, stop it. She's literally like reaching between like the leg or like the arm of my chair and the seat and like tapping my hip. Like going like poke, 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 poke. I'm like, I get it, you're there. I can feel it. Ooh, we lost that 50. Okay, just enough to touch, it's fine. Okay, playing with Hezi, and they go for a lot of doubles, but sometimes they'll like miss it and then throw me in like a weird position like that where I'm like, I don't know if the follow-up is gonna be there. Okay. No, oh, okay, well. You're just gonna solo that, yeah. That's a goal. Oh, never mind. Again, I gotta remember that these guys are duo queuing, which means any touch middle is gonna be seen as a pass to only the other guy. They're not gonna pay attention to me. You gotta be careful of that. Oh, I ran out of boost. I was like, why am I not catching up with the ball? Right, I'm just jumping in the middle of that. Yeah, it's fine. Heavy touch, but The idea was there. The execution was mostly there. Gonna fake shell that? We're just gonna pop it up. I saw velocity turn, I'm like, so it's Jover. The moment he tries to bite on that block, it's not gonna work for him. Has he no touch? That's fine. He just needs to get in the way of that. That's gonna be cleared to him again. Stay there, nice, close. Gonna slow that one down, just beat him. Should have lobbed that a bit more, but it's fine, same result. Easy aerial. I'm just gonna take the soft touch, take to the ceiling. I glitch off the ceiling. I didn't even touch the ceiling and I jumped and I bounced off of it. I don't know how that worked. Okay, only 1-0. No! How about that? Like, only 1-0. We can play defensively, and for some reason hesitates the corner, misses the 50, and then teammate goes for the demo instead of just going to goal. Just rotating behind that guy means the back. Oh, God. Okay, they're doing the double fake kickoff. That did not work out. That's the worst possible bounce. That's really funny. Sure. I'm not gonna lie, we might have to get off if I lose to Taha on the velocity. That's the worst feeling, is playing and losing with teammates that you are like, these guys are objectively terrible, and then the very next game you lose against them. Again, everyone's deserved to have a bad game, but no worse feeling than the rule of rank starting to hit in. Any player that is on your team and not playing well will immediately peak the next game. That's just how it is. Oh, good read. So satisfying to play against teammates that blame for the game going bad, and you were doing everything you could only destroy them this game. I mean, yeah, that's what I wish I could do. That's why when I like hit a clip or something against them. These guys keep doing the fake kickoff. The problem is, like, the other team keeps knowing that we're doing a fake kickoff, so it just turns it into this weird game of like chicken, where it's like, are you actually gonna hit it to us? And the past 2 times they didn't. I don't think Hezi and his teammate know that we're doing they're not falling for it, because the ball's like being slowed down every time. That should be goal. That has to be goal. That has to be a goal. Just. I misjudged that bounce. That could have been a very clean touch over and into an air dribble. Hezi, all you gotta do is just turn. Don't slow boost. Just turn. Thank you. Literally just post up on the wall. I'm just trying to turn wide because I don't want that guy demoing me. Stop touching the ball! God, you're so freaking bad. It's not 2s. Get off the ball. How many games are we gonna lose like this? I literally have the beat on the 3rd. Just don't touch the ball. Oh, God, Hezi, you're so good, but you have been tilting me off the planet these past couple of games. I'm so sick of this. Every freaking solo queue game is just that on repeat. Oh, my God, dude. Oh, my God, dude. Like, he's playing it like it's 2s, which doesn't work when your duo isn't good enough to play in that lobby. I don't know who the guy, the period dude is, but he's just so non-existent on those games. As with that dot, I mean, I can't do it, dude. He's a very good player. I love Hezi, but like, it's just so irritating to play when he's very clearly playing with a buddy who's underranked for this. Like, I don't know if it's an alt account or over there's goofing around, but either way, like, I've lost 4 straight with him. I literally have tried to Q dodge him, and then I get him like immediately afterwards anyway, so it doesn't even matter. Turret keeps giving me the side eye, which makes me feel like he's on. Oh, there you go. And he just got into a game, so maybe we do need to chill. We'll wait. Can offer you 16-20 shitter. Tempting. A washed SSL, that's good enough. I just need someone who doesn't cut underneath me every single time and keep whiffing the clears. I've rarely touched the game this season. Honestly, since the Oblivion remastered and traveling for lands, I took a whole week off. Yesterday was very rough because I did not sleep well. So I had to wake up and do my interview. I was doing prep all night, and then I didn't, on top of the fact that I didn't play for a whole day, or a whole week. Today I got on feeling a little bit better. Still not like fully warm. I'm definitely feeling a lot weirder in the air lately, but. Any niche recipes? No, I don't cook enough to have like a mental collection off the top of my head. One thing I will say to try is, if you don't already, make a peanut butter jelly sandwich, but toast it in a panini press. Elite. Also, peanut butter on a burger, better than you think. Yeah, I'm not good with like recipes off the top of my head. I've never been someone who's actually like, ooh. Honestly, I really only cook when it's with my girlfriend, and even then I have to. My girlfriend's such a type A. She doesn't think she is, but she feels very type A when she's trying to cook. So I feel like I just get in her way. She like yells at me inevitably. It's like, what are you doing? Do this. No, do that. No, do that. What are you doing? Do this. And I'm just like, I'm just gonna let you do that then. Who you? Are you trying to say who are you assaulting? I'm very lost. What you're trying to say, Harold? I can one-up turret. I can offer you 60 and a wash SSL named turret. Damn, that is pretty wild. Zephyr 6 again. See what CCC. Yeah, that's a shame. How was Apex going? Doing? Seemed like it was popping off. What's up? Hey, monkey. Yeah, we're waiting for turret to get out of our game chat. That's why we're not queuing. I think he's playing some twos or something. Toasted PB&J. It's fire. It is. Yeah, CCC this year was kind of like a little bit more underwhelming. I felt like not because like it was bad or I didn't enjoy it as much. It's just that with Rocket League, because it's like a multi-esport event, you only cast like 3 series the entire weekend. And one of the series I'm not going to count because it was like, it was a show match. Because Army sponsored. So they did the Army Esports team, which is 3 SSLs, versus the Army West Point team, which is like a Grand Champ 1 and like 2 champs. So it was just like, they got obviously demolished. And that one is just boring to cast. Because, yeah, it may be a little bit more goofy, but those are not entertaining matches. Join Rocket League and get disconnected first match. I mean, Matt, are you still on Ethernet? Are you still not on Ethernet? I know Switch does have an Ethernet connection now. Or like it has like a adapter. Hello, Blueberry Gamer. Do you like name? I mean, sure. Monkey RL works. You invited me right as I got in, GG. Yeah, I know, Turret. I know. Would you ever coach? I do coach from time to time. More on like personal basis. I do have a Metafy page, but I haven't used Metafy in a bit. Mainly because Metafy is so desperate for money, they're forcing coaches to subscribe to their platform in order to sell sessions, which is something on principle I'm just very offended by. The doc should if they're not third-party docs to have one. Exactly. It doesn't have any port. No, it doesn't, but you can buy an adapter that gets you one. I remember seeing that. And it has like last I checked, it has like really good reviews. So people are like, no, it actually does allow the Ethernet system. Maybe I'm hallucinating that, but I remember seeing it. But I will say they really should have an Ethernet port. It's inexcusable that there's a platform nowadays that's Wi-Fi only for online gaming, you know? Like if it's just casual games, it doesn't really matter. But if you're playing competitive matches or something, it's like, what? How much money do you coach for? Probably more than you can afford, just based off experience. But I would say typically $30 for a session for an hour. 99% of people ask me what your coaching costs are looking for $5, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Damn, exactly. People want like a really good deal. Thing is like, yeah, I might not be a pro player, but you know, I have 13,000 hours in this game. I analyze this game for a living. You know, I can give you insights. People are just like, nah, I'd rather spend $400 an hour to get coached by a pro. That's not very nice. I could afford $80. No, I'm sorry. I'm just joking. You said damn as if like that's too high. So that's what I assumed. I'm not saying you're broke. I'm just saying like most people when they ask me, do you do coaching? I'd like to buy some coaching. I tell them the price and they're immediately like, oh, what? No, I'm not paying that. It's like, okay. Hello, Red. Hello, viewer. Turret, win your game already. My God, what's he doing? Brokey. Yeah, there's only one dude. There's only one dude we bullied so hard for being a brokey that he straight up left. He seemed to be fine with it, and then he just, he never came back, so maybe he wasn't okay with it. I don't even remember that guy's name. Probably because I don't keep broke people in my mind. Well, I don't want to say that name. I don't know why. What was the price? It's typically $30 for an hour session, and then like $45 if you're a team and you're looking for a team replay review session. Like take RL and YouTube to another stage. You've got to be consistent. Isaiah Bishop. Wow, great memory, Matt. Matt never forgets a bitch. Only 30. I mean, I probably could charge more, and honestly, I think the value I give people is worth more. But the problem is, it's like if you're not like a pro player or like a pro coach or something, there's so many people. Unless, or if you're Spook Luke, people will not pay that much for coaching. You know, you have to have some form of clout, so people are like, oh, they must be good because X. You know. You, Richard? Well, hello, little Richard. Yeah. How much to play with you? $100. Oh. Okay. Rich changes the name. That's never changed. What do you mean? I'm changing my name. No, Turret, no! Like, really? Yeah, if you drop $100 as a donation, I'll play a casual game with you. I don't play with randoms, that's my rule. If I don't know you, I'm not playing with you. I don't care if you're an SSL, I don't care if you're a pro player, I'm not playing with you. And so people are like, wow, $100 a lot. I'm like, well, it's either that or nothing, so you got your answer. How much to play with you? Can I ask for some tips? It says free tips, so yeah. Turret experience, what I have to deal with? That's funny. the turret version of E-Rich. I suck at the game? Exactly why I don't play with people. The turret's Eric Gage, yep. Turret should take him to full castle. I think he's talking about the weapon. If I hypothetically pay $1,000, I'd play 10 casual games with you. Theoretically, no one's paid for training. While I agree with that in concept, David, a lot of videos will teach you how to do basic stuff, but a lot of players suck at applying. So yeah, you can learn about rotation and option coverage, but actually seeing where you're doing it wrong is the hardest part. Dunger Toko is what Turret has named himself. All right, cool. So yeah, technically you can teach yourself through YouTube, but I think the value of actually having a coach is that you get customized, like someone looking at your gameplay and telling you, most importantly, the way I phrase it is they're telling you stuff that you do not know what you do not know. Like a lot of players when they get hard stuck are literally just because they don't know exactly what they're doing wrong. And when a coach is able to watch it back and tell you like, oh, why are you doing that when you should have done this? The biggest thing I see when I'm giving replay reviews is people going, oh, that's why you do that. Or why, oh, that's why like that didn't work out. Or, oh, I didn't think about it like that. It's giving another perspective. So yeah, while you can watch videos get better and whatnot, it's not just improving mechanics. I would say videos are enough on that, but like coaches telling you just different perspectives can open your eyes and also explain why maybe you're struggling at a certain rank. Also gives you tips on trainings. The amount of times that people will come in here and they're like, well, I'm a plat, but I can double flip reset. I'm like, well, if you're a plat and you can do that, you're probably focusing on the wrong stuff. And then I watch like replays of them and they cannot hit it faster. I'll save their life. And I'm like, well, that's your problem, buddy. $2,000 for one ranked game. I don't even know if we can play. If you play $2,000, I'll play a ranked game with you. Sure. Keep in mind, there's literally no way to pay that $2,000 directly through YouTube. So you would have to probably pay through my PayPal. I'm saving up money. You'd pay if you pay $2,000 for mod. That's for a ranked game. That's crazy. I got a coach, but he said he didn't know how to play. Sounds like you didn't get a coach then. Sounds like you just got a random dude. Blueberry straight up just went to a random grocery store. Hey, give me my coach. He's like drinking a beer in the parking lot, like, sure. Monkey's in his mid-40s, dude. He's a titan of industry. What are you talking about, David? Nice up. Close. Getting bonked. Cyberbullied. Dunning-Kruger. Kruger effect? Kruger. You almost got it. You just messed up the UNR. But I wouldn't say it's the same. I think if you're like a cocky C2 and you think you're the peak of existence, yeah, then maybe it's a little Dunning-Kruger of you. But for the most part, I think it's not that they're unaware because they think they know everything. They literally just throw up their hands like, I don't know what I need to do. And it's like, usually like a higher level player can watch the replay and be like, oh, buddy, like you need to work on this. You need to work on that. Oh, you're doing this wrong. Why are you approaching from that angle? Why are you diving on this? Like, etc. Like there's a lot of stuff that people, when they watch their own replays, they can't figure out. But when someone else watches it, they're like, oh, buddy, like, you can't be doing that. To meet you in real life, pay $5,000, or you can just come to a LAN. Typically, I'm at most LANs. How much to play a song? Also $5,000. What's this game? These opponents love to get stepped on. I don't know why they're still playing this game out. Nothing's working for them. The fact that he doesn't even chow that dirt just lobs is super funny. I don't know why. Okay, there you go. How much 24 hours you chilling together? $20,000. If you paid me $20,000, give me a ACH wire transfer for $20,000. Yeah, we'll hang out for a full day. Have a movie night, a little sleepover. Have a rainbow taco? Do you? It doesn't show it on mine. How do I pay that money? You go to my PayPal and you drop 5,000. Honestly, I'd prefer you paying through other. I honestly would give you my like ACH payment stuff for that. Problem is the PayPal is if anyone donates through that, then it can be refunded within 90 days. That stuff is how a lot of streamers get cucked. Some super donator comes in, donates like $2,000, and they refund it 89 days later. And because sellers always get sided with on PayPal, you'll just get $2,000 basically deducted out of your bank account. Probably could have taken a more direct shot. Oh, Jalen, please. Didn't have to touch that. Dunker Togo? No, it's because we're partied up. Yeah, Erich, my mod on Twitch, changed my name using a channel point reward. And so it was trying to say turret. So it'd be turret and T-E-R-R-E-T, like some joke weird spelling of it. But then turret changed it to a dumb name version of mine. So we're both impersonating each other, but like the bargain brand version of our usernames. Can you do $50 for 2 training sessions? No. You're telling me you'd gift 200? Wait, what? What are you talking about with subs? Because I will do a shout out. I do not care if you give me a shout out. That is not viable payment. I can't pay my bill with shout outs. Nice fake. Are you in love? That's crazy. Also can't pay my bills in that. God, my camera was going crazy on that. God, I just don't expect you guys to get the most dog clear. That's so weird. No, that was open. I was trying to keep it near post though. I didn't even hear him accelerate. Unfortunate. That's okay. This wasn't winnable. We are throwing stuff defensively. $200 for 1 training session? Sure. Can't tell if it's a bit. It's 100% a bit. Monkey said he's 53, but I doubt that. I feel like he's probably 13 or 14. And so he's just naming off a bunch of things he's willing to pay. So yeah, we're just vibing with half of what made coaching irritating as well is just having players constantly. Bro, we're not even 1800. Why am I playing Atomic and Hado? And whoever Z is. I get timed out? You didn't. You literally did not get timed out. All right. On slow mode? You didn't. Literally every single person in chat is on slow mode because I don't want people spamming. Didn't Andy used to always be pro? Andy's not in here. Oh, I don't think that's the real Andy. He didn't used to be, still is, undeleted. Ah, can reach that time. I mean, I don't know what MMR Andy turret is. So maybe this is like an 1800 lobby. I didn't check, but didn't think turret would stay with that one. Just like not even close. Love playing full team of pros. What MMR is this? Hato is 1400, very legitimate. Like to see that. Sure. RLCS Challenger is a 1320. Hato is a 1409. So my hot take is if you're good enough to qualify for Challenger, Rocket League should never let. My genuine opinion is I think your MMR should never fall below a certain MMR if you are a high enough player. I think Atomic should be permanently at 1850 or 1825 or something. Like even if he loses a bunch of games in a row, he would be capped at falling to 1825 MMR. Because it's absurd that he would ever be any lower than that. And also, I will abandon this game. Holy shite, dude. Ugh. It just really... And then Hato, also a player that has made multiple main events. He is literally like a top 48 player in like RLCS at times. Why is he a 1300? He should never drop below, again, like an 1825. He will always be SSL-ish or close enough, you know? Like, why are we acting like he actually, like, oh, but what if he actually is one day not as, like, that'll take forever to get to. Hello, Dendata. Just so sick of playing these freaking parties of full pros and their C3s in the rank system. Like, are we being dead ass right now? Literally just played his thing because he's that guaranteed to hit that. Oh, he actually let me have that. I'm also gay and play Rocket League. Congrats. Also, thank you for the 2 joules guy trying to get me to say the N-word. Crazy. Insane that you donated 2 cents just to get me to try to say that, and you failed at it. Because people who enjoy a joke of a streamer getting tricked into saying the N-word are not smart. Fun fact. Sure. Ranks are so broken. I mean, this isn't technically a rankings broken thing. It's literally just like, I hate how pros just don't play threes, and then when they queue, eventually they're just in way lower lobbies than they should be. Like, I should not be playing G2 or like Energy Atomic, and he's a 1700, you know? Like, you should be basically like Perma SSL or just below. I tried to get it on that. Oh, I can get there in time. Imagine how us crappy players feel when this happens. Lev, you're not crappy. I don't know. It just, it's one of my big pet peeves about this game is when like you're trying to like rank up and a pro, especially like beginning of the season or something, is literally like a 1300 or whatever. And you're like, why? Like literally why? Why do you ever think this player who's played on LAN in the professional circuit or whatever would ever not be an SSL capable player? Do you consider fans as friends? No. Like, would you take pictures and vibe with fans? I mean, I have taken photos and been at LANs and taken pictures and, you know, hung out and chatted, but like, I'm not gonna call them my friends. That's not how, oh my God. Matt, what's it? Honestly, I don't think is like a ranking system that actually like works well, I will say. One thing I definitely think would help though is I think it's Overwatch. You get player ratings, like an approval system. I always thought that was kind of a cool idea. Like if a teammate was like a good teammate, you like give them a plus, like a thumbs up. And if players are routinely getting bad votings, they literally get into like a queue with other like garbage like teammates. And I'm like, I feel like that's a cool system to like reward players who are like actually constructive. And if you're like a troll or just a massive D-bag, then you just get sent into like the idiot queue. Although I'd abuse that every time I played against a certain player who's like one of those usernames you recognize from your games and you're like, that's definitely gonna be a loss. Then I just like immediately downvote him. Like, this guy was terrible, hate him. Just in the hopes that I never have to queue with him again. I do feel like that solution is fixed by getting a block button, like being able to just straight up like avoid them. A dodge queue. That's another thing I would like. Yeah, I don't know why they're not doing dual factor authentication. Not everyone has a phone. Honestly, skill issue. Like maybe just step your game up and get a phone. Get your mom's phone for all I care. Get a phone. The fact that one person can have like 7 different accounts is so insane. It should not be allowed. Because that's what wrecks the rank system is just how easy it is to make an ult. Like when you get banned from your account, it should be like a really struggle bus to be able to like actually figure out a way to get a new account going. But instead it's just like, okay, well, I guess I'll just make a new email. It's like, why? IP restrict players? I mean, you can change your IP up a little bit. Like that's not the same, but like, first off, I would like hardware bans for people. And then on top of that, I would want any email address. Any email address to also have to come with a phone number plugged in. No VoIP like usual, you know, so you can't just go to Google Voice, but give me your phone number. Another Victor Royale for the OGs. Hello, Virgil. Multiple accounts from the same device. That should be flagged. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, even if it's like a school device, you wouldn't have that many things being made, you know? What a surprise. Turret's gonna hard carry. Or Atomic's gonna hard carry. And now we play the waiting game as we wait for them to F off into the next game. Ugh. $10,000 to be friends. Monkey, you have not donated a single dollar in the stream. We're not, like, you cannot buy my friendship. You can't buy anything. I don't want to D1 friend, but other choice. What other choice do I have? That's the thing. I mean, that's what I think I bother though, is that perspective is what irritates me. When people are just like, oh, the reason I smurf is because I want to play with my friends. Play casual, but I don't want to play casual. Then fucking skill issue. Tell your friend to get better. Like, what are we doing here? If you guys are upset about smurfing, then don't smurf yourself. But other people are doing it. Well, yeah, but the less smurfs the better. If you're justified by I want to play with my lower ranked friends, then play casual. And if you're bored with casual, then don't play, then don't play with them at all. Because it's like, if you, in my opinion, if you want to queue with a lower rank friend, queue with a full party. Like Q2s or Q3s with another buddy. Because in that case, you're only hurting yourself. The biggest tilter I have is the 3 ranks rule that Rocket League institutes means that someone can be in a 1800 lobby and literally be a 1400 player. Which, as much as people are like, well, I might be C3, but like, actually, I've been told I can play in high rank lobbies, and then they get dusted 17 times in a row and continuously throw all the games. And I keep just getting in these lobbies, and I'm like, I don't care how good you think you are as a 1400, you will lose 90% of the games you get into an 1800 if you were solo queuing. Like 100%, you are not ready for that. You're not ready for prime time. So whenever people try to do that. Also, low-key, if we get Atomic again and we go down by 1 or 2, I'm abandoning and ending stream. Thank God. Okay, so because I am not in the mood to play against that team over and over. 1800 what? 1800 is the MMR matchmaking rating. Every time you win points. Every time you lose points. So, you know. That's what determines what rank you are. Like 1875 is what SSL is in 3s and 2s. Oof. How's the Mini Cooper? Not functional, because I still don't have the money to repair it. But we might be getting a sales job starting up, and that first paycheck is probably going to go straight to taking that to the mechanic. I have had a 3 rounds of interviews so far, so just trying to figure out. It's like 3 rounds of interviews so far, so just trying to figure out, you know, if I get that job, can I have actually the income to go and get that stuff repaired? Okay, get 2K by the end of the season. And best of luck with that. He doesn't have that. Not a bad attempt by Hezzy. I just didn't think he'd go because I was like, I can tell before you even touch that, you're not going to be able to wrap around that. How did you get that underneath me? That's wild. Positioning or mechanics for Plat 1? Honestly, mechanics way more important at that rank, in my opinion. Positioning is more, I mean, it's always important, but like it's way more important if you're probably like a diamond, like high diamond. Do you have any tips for Plat 3? You should learn how to fast arrow. I already know how to do it. No, you don't. No, you do not. You are doing it slowly or you're doing it wrong. Got to practice takeoff, obviously, over and over and over again, but then you should be working on aerials. And if you still think you're good at that, then start clearing the ball off the wall. My God, Hezzy, are you letting your little brother play on your account? Oh, this is the worst I've ever seen him play today. He had so much time to catch that, and he just didn't catch it. Trying to learn harder mechanics? You should not. You should not be learning harder mechanics because you can't. You didn't master the ones before it. Like if you can't air dribble well, why are you trying to do full preset? You know. I was hoping you would play that middle. Cool. There were some kickoffs. I mean, always make sure you're actually hitting the ball cleanly. I thought that he was going to try to challenge that, so I want to pop it above him, and I did not get a good pop off on that. Baja Blast. It has been a while. But Baja Blast Jr. Wow, that's a terrible kickoff. That works. Practicing air dribbles every day. You should be practicing on just being on the wall and getting contact. If you're a plat, you're probably struggling with going off the wall, playing good wall defense. Then air dribbling should just be focused on keeping the ball close. Honestly, don't try to glue it to your car or anything like that, because you're just not going to be ready for that. No, I tried to spike that in the ceiling for turret. Didn't quite work out. Good job, you got locked down. Yeah, I mean, they asked me what my salary was at the end of the last one, so it makes me feel like they were probably pretty serious about it, but they just said talk to you sometime next week. So I don't know what they're trying to do in the next week, like what they're more, like I don't know what more they have to talk about, you know? Like I legitimately thought at the end of that interview they were gonna basically have an offer in hand or something, or maybe just certify like, yep, you're good. But I guess they're still talking about it. They are kind of taking a risk on me because they have no employees in my state of Texas. So I think they're literally just like, hey, we don't know if this is gonna work out, or it's kind of a risk for us to even offer you a position. So I think they're maybe just like doing final checks of like, do we really want to do this? From what I've heard from behind the scenes, the guy who would be my immediate boss likes me. He was in all the interviews. The CEO seems to like my personality, and he's like, I think you have a good skill set for this. And he's done like kind of similar work before or whatever in terms of like being, you know, an on-camera talent, comes with good speaking ability, good confidence, etc. So he's like, yeah, I'm not too worried about like your skill set. It's more so just like you've never had a salesman, so you've never had like the on-the-ground experience. Because like you have the soft skills, not the hard skills, you know? So I think I have a lockdown. Well, not lockdown, but like I'm pretty confident about it. I'd be pretty blown away if they did 3 rounds of interviews. After all of it, they're like all smiles and ask me about my salary, and then they're just like, yeah, just kidding, we're not doing it. I'd be pretty freaking pissed, I'm not gonna lie. I would crash out. I'm becoming Batman if that happens. Or the Joker, not Batman. But either way. It's not done until it's done, you know? So I'm not gonna assume anything. I'm just gonna assume that we gotta keep grinding, gotta keep, you know, our nose down. They're trying to negotiate. Yeah, I mean, I told them straight up, like, because they're so nervous, I'm like, I don't need a bunch of money off the rip. And if they're nervous about the investment, because that's kind of what they mentioned, they're like, we're investing time, and importantly, we're investing money into you. So if you don't have what it takes, like, I don't want to be losing out on a huge contract. So I told them like straight up, I'm like, I've heard what you've done for former employees. I'm down to start out somewhere between 30 and 40K with commission. And then in the next like month or two, if you're down to like see what I'm capable of and you think I'm worth more, then I'll do that. And I've talked to a couple employees, and they said that's like their general thing. They start them out at like a basic thing, and then maybe a month or two later, if it's working out, then they're like, cool. And then they renegotiate your contract on the fly and just say, here you go. Like, I try to pick that. I don't know why I did that. This game is officially my fault if we lose. Oh. Never mind, Hezzy took a 50 and there's no one back. All right, well, GG's. Do you do your own edits? I do. I'm gonna shower, hope the stream goes well. Have a good night. See you, Baha. GG's indeed, turret. What line of work? I know sales. It is tech sales, yeah. I think we're just gonna do one more game just to see if we actually don't suck. I shouldn't have cheated up that hard on that. I just didn't expect Hezzy to dribble it inside on a 50, especially when he's last back. $40,000 starting off with plus commission. I mean, again, I don't know what their actual thing is, because the thing is the initial conversation with the CEO, because they said, send me your resume, send me an email, and just to introduce yourself, and then we'll go from there. And then one day I got a call from the guy and says, hey, I'm driving. He's like, I got windshield time, which I guess is the terminology for like you're driving to a job or something for like 3 hours. So he's like, we can talk during that. So we talked for like 45 minutes about like why I think I want this position, why I think I'm even worth his time, basically. Not in those words from him, but basically what I equated to like, why should I even be taking this call? Afterwards, he seemed pretty interested. He's like, all right, cool. So, you know, I like what I hear, but I'm gonna have to talk to my team, and then we'll set up an interview. And then we did that interview, and then after that, they're like, cool. Gave me access to a training module for all their products, gave me a week to learn it, came back, and then after all that, he goes, the third interview is literally just like, all right, sounds great. All that, great. What's your salary? Okay, that sounds good. And, well, they didn't say it sounds good. They're just like, okay. Good to know. And then they said, we'll talk to you maybe early next week. So I'm like, all right, hopefully they're drawing up a contract. But in that initial interview, he also mentioned like it's going to be an investment for him that he is going to think about. And he said, I don't even know if I can offer you a salary. Honestly, he's like, my initial idea is maybe just bring you on commission only and see if you can generate leads and stuff, or not even leads, but like, because we work off like RFPs. So it's like, if you can generate sales, then maybe then we can talk about salary. But then when they asked, what do you think it would be worth for your time? Then I'm like, okay, maybe they changed their mind. Maybe like the director of operations and the sales director was like, we should be paying this guy, not just doing commission only. So yeah, I don't really know what's going on there. He looks so tired. Bro, I am tired. Tired of this. Tired of these rank queues, Perez. Being the first is a good or bad thing. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like I'm setting standard. I'm also at a little bit of a disadvantage in some regards because they, because apparently they don't have an electrical license in the state, so they can't like sell high voltage wiring for certain jobs. So if a job is like, hey, we need stuff installed for us, like we can't do that in-house with them. So we have to like, he's like, that will affect some stuff you're able to sell and like what clients you're able to get, because we're not able to do it all in one. Like they'd have to contract that out to someone else. Are you going to the workforce? Yeah, I'll still be streaming and casting and stuff, but I'll hopefully have a job. Technically two jobs. I'm working with a content house to edit videos and start up social media for a rematch. If you guys know that arcade soccer game that's coming out in June. Had like 1 million beta signups at one point, so pretty popular game. I have no idea why I had it like that, my bad. Thank you. Yeah, might get a tech sales job, might also make 2K a month off content stuff, and then obviously we're doing the rest of it. So the goal this year is to pay off all my debt, and then the goal next year is to restart my savings account, because I went into this full time with $10,000, and then a 7th month off season literally just eradicated all that. So hell yeah. I did see that game, friend posted in Discord. Yeah, so I'm working with a startup that is targeting that as a content lead. If you guys know of Grid, if you don't, then hopefully you guys check it out. It's trying to basically be the much better and easier version of using like Start GG to set up tournaments and whatnot, which is definitely needed, because as much as I love Start, there's a lot of issues with it. So if Grid could just be like the next easy thing to use that's also high level, then excellent. That's gonna be me. That's fine. Frenchie, you got that? Just don't get beat? What did I say? Disadvantage also because you'll be in the spotlight. If you do good at all, will do great in their eyes and eventually be leading your own crew of Arabs people. Yeah, I mean, I'm down for whatever. I just want to see what this is like. For me, it's mostly just learning the soft skills is probably the hardest part for me. Like, I think right now I know a decent amount about one of their products. Like, I've literally spent like most hours for the past week learning just about like one section of their business. So I'm like, if you put me in a meeting right now, I think the hardest part would just be knowing like how to navigate that environment. Like how to set up those meetings, like how do you start off? Like what are we, like how do you find a client? If it's RFP, that's one thing, but like sometimes if it comes down to just like, not necessarily cold calling, but like doing market research, like I've never had to do that. So like I have the general idea in my mind, but I'm like, I don't know starting from in front of my keyboard, like what I'd be doing with it. I'm going to bed later, see you, Parker. This guy should get an Oscar for being handsome. It's not even a performance. Okay. Oh, I was about to take that ceiling. Oh, no way is the flip on that. Almost gap man. What? I don't know why that bounced out like that. It lagged a little bit. Nice shot. Be comfortable and don't show you don't know. I took faking to make it literal and I'm in line for DM position. I mean, it's not that I'm faking. It's just like, if someone was like, okay, well, let's line up some clients or something, I don't really know where to start from that. So like, obviously that's stuff they'll teach me on the job a little bit or give me training on how to do that. But that's like the only thing I'm like, I don't 100% know I'm confident that honestly, if you give me 50,000 hours of training, I'll learn all that stuff. Consuming information and being able to integrate it well is but kind of like what benefited me my whole life. Like that's an ability I've always had. So it made me pretty good in grad school as well, you know, going for that PhD. Yeah. All right, we gotta keep in mind these guys who are duos, they're gonna be playing 2v2. Okay. Oh my god, I was like, if he gets demoed, that might be cool. We're good. Nice. What's your PhD in? I was in a PhD for social psychology. I left to do full-time esports and content. I understand what you're saying. I went from not knowing anything to learning stuff from the highest up because of my customer service ability. I hate people, but I can turn on customer service like all this. I don't hate people. I just, I like being conversational and whatnot. I like being able to, you know, make people comfortable, build rapport, all that. I find that really interesting. And the sales aspect is something I've always wanted to try. My entire family salespeople. So I feel like I've got kind of the knack for it if I gave it a shot. I just never had the opportunity. And this is the first one where like what I'm learning about, because it's technically like physical and internet security and cybersecurity. The more I learn about it, I was like, oh, this is actually really interesting. This is stuff that I've like never really truly delved into, but it's fun to learn about. T. Corell, thank you for the raid. Howdy, T. Congrats on main event. Turns out you just needed T. Corell on your team to make Alpha Kep the next up. Regional winner rate, exactly. That was a terrible challenge by me. Everyone ignore that. Enableization, yep. Have a great night. I go, yes, thank you for the raid, T. Welcome in, everybody. I am not as good as T. Corell, obviously, but we're a full-time caster commentator. If you guys only watch RLCS, you've probably never heard of me. If you watch pretty much everything outside of RLCS, you've probably seen a lot of me. Particularly in Collegiate Rocket League. Got to cast T in a couple events back in the day. Right now we are trying to get back into 1800, which on the solo queue is really all over the place. Especially when I am occasionally running into Atomic and Hazo. Nice. Not hard to get better than T. No, bro's locked in. Oh, Sky X out. Not the best reaction there. Damn, I tried to get around that so I could hit it across, but halfway through I was like, that's not a good read. And a bit. When's your next casting event? I think in June, low-key, is the next one I remember I'm scheduled for. Summer's a little bit like all over the place. Esports has really died down this year. It's literally why, but right before T rated me, I was talking about I'm in the third round of interviews for a sales job, tech sales job, which a company that has gotten really good reviews. I've talked to a bunch of different employees and they're all like, I would never leave this job. Like the only thing that's gonna make me leave this job is something catastrophic because I freaking love the CEO and the work culture and everything. They're like, payment structure's great, everyone gets paid well, everyone gets treated well. Talking to CEO, he says the number one motivation he wants for his sales guys is also not to be a slimy guy that rips off customers for a profit margin. He's like, I want customers to literally be like, these guys are the goats. And I'm like, that's refreshing. Watch for a year but only get membership by donation. Sometimes that happens, man. Plus I'm broke as hell, yep. Aren't we all from time to time? You're beautiful. String Daddy. How you doing? Gotten a couple compliments today, and I'm greasy. I've not showered today. Did not realize I would get underneath that. Could have been pretty easy double. Oh, that works as well. Did we get an assist for that? We did. I'm having an excellent day today. Knicks are up 2-0 all as well. Yeah, Knicks are actually playing like legitimately well. It's looking good. You? Pretty well. I'm not gonna keep talking about this because people don't hear me yet. But basically, I got through my second round interview for my third round interview for sales. At least according to Matt on YouTube, he thinks I probably have the job in the bag by now. So hopefully that means early next week they're gonna shoot me over a contract and tell me terms and whatnot. It's must be a tournament goal explosion because that looked really trippy, like very Star Trek-y. Okay. A new job? I mean, again, we don't have it yet. Anything could happen. I'm not necessarily praying for my downfall here. I'm just more so just like, I don't like getting too cocky until I know something has crossed the finish line. You guys have any idea how ridiculously over the top Esports has been in that regard? Hearing leaks about like RLCS openings and CRL openings and then continuously having it go away in the moment's notice. I literally got told when I was still in my PhD program in like 2022 that there was an opening in CRL. And then I learned actually that low-key, I think Epic uses the CRL casters as basically a negotiation tool. Anytime the RLCS talent doesn't want to accept a deal, like, oh, I don't want to work for that amount, then they just say, okay, fine, we'll give a spot to the CRL guys. And then they're like, oh, what? No, screw those guys. I don't want to lose this position. And then they come to the table. So we're basically the blackmail material for the RLCS guys to negotiate. Don't like that. Oh, hey. I'll never read that again, Matt. I don't know what you're saying. Man, that was almost a very good touch. Yeah, I heard him jump for that. I was like, you're not getting there in time. Slow and down. People buy from people if they know a person that they will buy from before they go anywhere else. Yep. Have you gotten forgot? We go where you go. Do they have a room for all of Twitch chat at that job? I mean, it's a remote job, so there shouldn't be any additional room required. Dude. First contact shouldn't be selling, should be asking how they are. What can we do better that they can't? What are your competitors' weaknesses? Great sales to sell themselves, believe in what they sell. Yeah, I mean, I legitimately applied my social psych knowledge of like how sales works on like a psych level. And because of that, I gave an answer in the interview, and the director of marketing goes like, that's actually probably the best response. One of the best responses I've heard to that question. And I'm just like, let's fucking go. Who says psychology is a degree you shouldn't go for? I hope you get it and hope it works out very well. I mean, I hope so too. Honestly, my biggest thing is just trying to build up my savings again. But if I get rid of my debt, that's a huge thing. Like right now, I'm spending probably, especially if student loans kick back in, I'm going to be paying like probably like $800 a month, $900 a month, depending on the bill, on just not credit cards, literally just like loans from one I had to take out a while back when esports completely exploded and a job got taken away from me at last minute notice, and it was going to pay for months and months of my career, and then it just exploded. Or stuff like the Shift Summer League. I don't remember if you guys remembered that. I got brought on for playoffs, and it was going to be like a $1,000 paycheck, and then the day of the playoffs, Oxygen as a company folded, and they canceled it. And I was like, oh, very cool. Love not being paid. I don't know why I thought I was going to get there first. Try to just go to goal. the best serial caster makes in a year? Way less than they used to. Honestly, I don't think there's... The only caster really making out like a bandit probably right now is Johnny Boy, because he has a lot of content income. Everyone else is probably... honestly not making that much. They're probably living with partners or just doing a lot of consulting behind the scenes or something, because I don't really know. I don't know how some of those guys live, to be honest. Like, these guys are getting like, I want to say like probably $1,000 to $2,000 a show, but they're only doing, assuming you're working, let's say on average you work 2 days per open. That's 6 per split. 6 per split. Maybe you work major, because if you're NA, you don't work European majors. And let's assume there's 3 open. So let's say you're working on average probably 18 days, maybe, across a split. It's like 36. It's like 36 gigs, and then I'm gonna assume they probably have a pay cut, so they're probably making like 1,000 to 1,500. So even if you're making 1,000, like that's only so much that you're actually making. Like you're making like 30, like you're maybe making like $36,000 a year off casting income. Let's assume you're making $2,000 a day, which is pretty high, but let's assume you're making that. That's would kick you a little bit up to 72K. But also keep in mind that all of that is pre-tax. So even if they get paid for a major and they're getting paid $5,000 to $10,000 for that, like I'm assuming most of them are not making $2,000 a day. I would almost argue almost every single one of them is not making $2,000 a day. But if they do that, I'm like most of those commentators are probably working somewhere between $30,000 and $50,000 a year. Yeah, and also keep in mind, chat, they get that all up front. There's no withholding. So at the end of the year, they are going to have to pay all of that in taxes. Yes, they can do quarterlies and all that stuff, but like a lot of casters really struggle with that. When people are asking like a freelancer, oh man, what'd you get for your tax return? Buddy, my tax return is paying the government $7,000 or whatever. Like, I don't enjoy tax time. Tax time is not a fun time. All kinds of side gigs. Well, that's why people love Saudi Arabia. Because Gamers 8 comes around and shills out $30,000 for some of those guys to work a week. Back in the day, it used to be a problem to work for Saudi Arabia because of their human rights record. But nowadays, apparently in Rocket League, people are perfectly fine with it. Yeah, like back in the day when people took those gigs, people would be like, how could you? But I don't know, for some reason in Rocket League, everyone's fine with it. People will like sign up for it and everyone's just like, that's fine, and then move on. And I'm like, I'm not saying they should get crap for it necessarily. Like I'm pissed that they're getting away with it, like unscathed, but it's just weird to see that transition of like, I don't know. Also, there's a lot of people who are like pretty principled about that stuff, but then as soon as EWC is on, they're like, well, I'm still gonna watch it. I'm like, well, that's kind of the problem, right? You can't boycott an event when you're giving them exactly what they want. I don't want to give them any of my time and attention, but I will give them my attention, and that's how they make their money. And it's like, you freaking idiot. Nope. LIV goal. I don't know what that is, but sure, it's probably something similar. But again, I don't really blame these casters who are making 20 to 45K probably on average for most of them a year, and then Saudi Arabia comes knocking and be like, hey, you're on a big agency. What if we paid you $15,000 to work 6 days, and we'll pay for your flights and hotel? Hell yeah! Like immediately they're gonna say yes to that, you know? Are they making progress? Depends on which prince you ask. Like ultimately, I'm not saying it's like the frickin', it's like a dungeon over there. It's like horrible, but it's not great. They've regressed somewhat. Some of the princes are pretty progressive by Saudi standards, but for the most part, it's still a pretty rough place for a certain number of people. I think personally, if you went to Riyadh, like the actual like city that they host all in, I bet you're doing fine. I bet it's pretty chill. But if you go outside that city, you're not gonna have a good time. That's literally what they tell a lot of the talent. Like, hey guys, explore Riyadh, like have fun, blah, blah, blah. Do not go out to the city though. I was like, okay. At the start 40K plus commission. If you grow the market, it will be increased to 60, 70. That is the goal. If I can make 60, 70, that'd be bank. Because I make, on my best ever month of content and casting, or my best ever year, I made just over 60K. But that was with a lot of things going right, you know? So that's the goal. If I can make 60K plus content, then I'm sitting pretty. I could be hitting well over 6 figures if I make that. Plus, you know, if I'm actually moving stuff and I'm getting like good commission, that's one thing. I know there was one guy who closed like a $4 million deal or something with one university in another state, and he got a fat check for that. So I'm like, well, esport content is not a major. Sure, content is not a majority of my income. I would say probably of that 60K, I would say about 65% of that was esports. 60K mid-20s. I'm 30, so thank you for thinking I'm mid-20s though. But yeah, 60K is fine, but also remember that 60K pre-tax. And unfortunately, due to my loans that I need to fix up, I have about $3,000 worth of living expenses every month. Like $30,000 that I need to take care of. So basically, I need to clear $36,000 just to make positive. And then on top of that, just like everything else that I spend money on, like gas and electric and all that stuff, like that doesn't get factored in. So like, or not necessarily electric, but so you need to figure out all that stuff. 65 pre-tax at O'Reilly's. But we judge them by who sponsors it rather than they group them all together. I don't know. People are gonna sponsor that anyway. It's just, I just prefer like to not work with Saudi, but I also understand that at a certain point there's talent who get approached and get a deal they just simply cannot say no to. If you're struggling to pay the bills and you are stressed out of your mind, and then a company, even one, you know, everyone says, you know, they have ethics and that they want to avoid that stuff. But the people who say no to gamers are the people who are making good money already, you know? Those are the people who have already like a well enough background that they don't need it. Whereas like the people who say yes to it typically are people who, understandably, are barely making it work full time in esports and content, and then Saudi Arabia knocks on their door and says, hey, how about $10,000 right off the rip? Direct payment right to your bank account. For me, that's like 5 months of bills in one gig. Like, I don't understand how anyone can say no to that if they're struggling. So yeah, 60K off content and casting is great, but it's not really enough for me to truly save up. And the problem is esports is very indirect, not indirect. It's very stressful in terms of trying to save up that and be able to get to a good point when it comes to savings, and also being able to put stuff into not only savings, but like a retirement account, not to mention emergency funding that kicks in for, like, for example, when my car engine needs repair. You know, all that stuff is tough. So ideally, if I can get that and a job, then we're chilling. Able to pay off that debt, which lowers our monthly cost, which just increases our savings later on. Hey, can you lock in my buddies on your team? Okay, I don't remember how we got scored on, but I know it wasn't my fault. Oh, well, there you go. No problem, Goob. Oh, okay, well, never mind, he abandoned. Cool. Oh, I was gonna throw it to the corner, but that works too. Faking that. Rise go. Sure. So both holding at the same time? I don't know, man. You gotta know. Gotta drive forward. Anything else is fraudulent? Hey, Faz. Okay. Thank you. I was about to say, I'm like, if he missed that, I would have been like, can you lock in my friends on your team? Tell him to score that. I thought he whiffed. I literally thought he posted that out. I would have been so ticked. My buddy's on the other team. He shouldn't lock in? Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I'll play neutral. No problem. Oh. By the way, I've known M3 for like half a decade. Man and me go way back. He's coaching some RLCS teams. That was a good pre-jump. I didn't think you would stay middle like that. What is that? Oh, wow. I drove up the wall and my car like glitched for a second. I don't know what the heck that was. Ooh. M3, you feeling lucky, bud? Taco, GC. GC, how do you feel about the argument that everyone keeps having about how a lot of Yankees home runs are fraudulent because their field is so weirdly shaped? As a Yankees fan and baseball fan, I feel like those dialogues are so stupid. Like, it's a home run, it's a home run. Also, oh my God, he hits so many Yankees like stadium. But I'm like, yeah, but at the same time, like every other team that comes in there has the same opportunity to hit those home runs, you know? It's not like they change the fields based on who's batting. I know it's like, well, it's their home stadium. And I'm like, yeah, but like, I don't know. It's not like super egregious. It's not like that backyard baseball one where the center field is a huge like divot, Steel Stadium or whatever it is, like Steel's backyard. Home run should be fraudulent too. I mean, the thing is, it's a wall, so it's taller. But yeah, I know Fenway is like, the wall is actually pretty shallow, despite being that tall. Someone literally just did an overlay with that, and it's like very similar. You didn't know they have a remote. There we go. Do you look like Belly? I don't know who that is. Directly down the right field line. Fenway is only 300 feet, by the way. It's unfair, but if they want to complain, then they need to standardize field sizes. I'm confused. Who the frick is the Faz? They were the gifted sub to GC. What field is it? Tropicana or whatever? What's the field with the hill in center field? Like all the way at the back, it's just like a little like incline. I'm surprised that someone hasn't like broken their ankle running back on that. I genuinely don't know why field sizes are not standard, you know, like how it's not. I think you should do whatever you want in the outfield, but like I do feel like it should just be like a straight up like this is the size. I think it kind of makes the uniqueness of the game a little less, but I feel like you can still design the field however you want. You just can't have like the actual dimensions we all have. Yeah, there's always these people who like hit a home run and it just gets over the fence. They're like, that wouldn't have been a home run in any other stadium, by the way. It's like, dude, shut up. Like, okay, fine, that's not a home run, but it's like grazing the top of the wall or whatever. Like, get out. Or at least like it's at the warning track. Ooh, I like the part where Mars chases that one. Like a hair on my nostril, it's tickling. Makes me feel like a bug is in my nose. Sorry if I keep picking my nose on camera chat. Cutter's King Yankees hate account. I'm not gonna lie, I follow some baseball, NBA, and NHL, but I can't say I'm like that into the scene on or whatever. Yankees hate account, crazy. I mean, I've probably seen one of their tweets if they're viral enough. I feel like they're like the similar. They're like the. I feel like some accounts are literally just like the MLB version of like Lake Show Yo. You know, the super biased accounts for like super teams, but they're like meant to be kind of more negative, and therefore any other team is just like bleh. Like there's people comparing Rudy Gobert's lack of wins then against like Game 5 versus the Lakers, and it's just like, buddy, like of course Gobert's gonna struggle when they're actually playing a team with a center. You know, if you're playing with no big man, of course you're gonna get destroyed half the time. Like yeah, anyone would average 20 rebounds as a 7-footer. A new pitch that's been in use? What? Oh, that's the main. Okay, I mean it's a good gimmick. A hill with a flagpole in their park. That's I think what I'm talking about. Yeah. Mars, why are we turning around? Cool. City of New York is up. Good. I know Judge is like the Judge is getting the Ohtani treatment in that like he's not getting like super big news, but like everyone's just waiting for him to screw up. So like Judge had an error in outfield or something, he like dropped a fly like a ball over his shoulder, and everyone's just been playing that constantly. And I'm like, listen, dude, I don't even care if he's an absolute liability in the outfield. he's having like the peak of his career right now. Was second about to start cue the gun with Fortnite when my internet said screw you. Dude, that's actually insane, man. I'm sorry. It's one thing to like lag out when you're like 40th or something, but you're literally your top 2 and you're just lag out. It's brutal. Brutal. Next 2 up on the Celtics too. Yup. Colin Cowherd literally had a conversation today where it was like Tatum has no aura. That's literally what it boiled down to. Like when you think of Magic Johnson, you know the smile. Like you can see the smile. When you think of Michael Jordan, you see that cocky grin that he gives you. When you think of LeBron, you see the imagery, the stare down, the chalk. And when you think of Tatum, nothing comes to my mind. I'm like, is he literally debating if he doesn't have any aura? They're not wrong though, I'm not gonna lie. When I think of Tatum, I think of bad posture. That's fair. Bro, Tatum's like shooting form is just the weirdest stuff. From a superstar, he just looks like off. It just doesn't look like this should work. I don't even hate him as a player. I just find it weird. I do find it kind of cringy. He tried to make his own Kevin Garnett anything is possible yell after they won. What did he do? He's like, we did it or whatever. Like, you could tell he was thinking of something to yell, but he was so excited to win that he was just like, we did it! Everyone's like, buddy, you don't have to do that. You're not that guy. Also, I will say, Kevin Garnett doing that's something Dirk Nowitzki should have yelled when the Mavs won the championship, because that was like an insanely unlikely championship for them. Kevin Garnett building a super team and winning is not like, wow, anything's possible. I'm like, well, yeah, but when you buy like Paul Pierce, when he's in like the apex of his career, along with Ray Allen, shooting everything perfectly at like 45% from three, like, yeah, you're probably gonna win a lot. Not to take anything away from them, but just, I always thought that was really funny. That's like an iconic moment. Tatum's like, I need my own. It's like, you just can't, buddy. I'm sorry. Also, we need to lock in. I think I have a 1 and like 15 record with Hezzy today. But also, like, aren't the Celtics down even though they've led for like 80% of the series or something like that? If I had more boost, that could have been something, but I was like, I went off the wall, which is not the best. Oh, speaking of. Wait, how did you allow that? How did you allow that? That's crazy. I literally flipped outside because I'm like, if they want to clear it up the middle, go for it. But I'm just going to play for the hard read, and it worked out. Let's go. Hashtag noticing. Fourth quarter playoff points. #1, Jalen Brunson with 86. Knicks have only fled for like 12 minutes. They've had 2 separate 20-point comebacks. Actual aura. 20 points is definitely disgusting. Privilege to be watching this pure aura power friendship Knicks team. I mean, it's exciting basketball. It's nice to see. I'm glad that the NBA playoffs are actually exciting this year, though. I will say, like, a lot of my critiques of basketball lately is that the defense is so restricted because of offense being able to do like literally whatever they want. It's produced like a lot of high scoring games, but it's just kind of like whatever. Also in the beginning of the season, it was literally just games that were like entirely 3-point contests. Like the amount of, there was like something, it's like the NBA wonders why ratings are down. And it was literally 6 minutes uninterrupted of like a Trailblazers game where it was just like one team would take a 3, miss, go down the other line. Someone takes a 3, miss, rebound, back out, 3, miss, back out, 3, miss. And I'm just like, damn, it's literally just 3 points. Like, that's it. The Knicks fan post-game reactions? No, I don't think so. You DM it to me on Twitter, I can watch that. My Spurs are due. Bro, the amount of Spurs fans I've seen that are like begging for like Cooper to fall to them or something, like, or all these players know, just like, just once in my life, I want to be blessed. I'm like, bro, you got Duncan and frickin', you know, Wemby in a draft. Like, you do not need to talk about getting blessed with a draft pick, you know? We're not getting Cooper. No, I mean, people online are saying, like, just let it happen, please. And I'm like, dude, there's no way he's falling below, like, the 3rd pick. And I don't even think the Spurs are that bad. So, like, they're not doing that. Unless they have a trade I don't know about. Yeah, the Spurs cope accounts. Or just, like, engagement farmers. Like, we deserve it. We don't get anything as an organization. I'm like, you guys are the most delusional fan base. They have God's disciple, literally, like, if you programmed a big man. Honestly, Wemby would be the GOAT center of all time if he, like, was stocky. Can you imagine if Wemby existed, but he was, like, 50 more pounds, you know? That would be terrifying. That would be, I don't even know if biologically he can bulk that much. That'd be my #1 priority. I'm like, I want you to be kind of quick and live, but like at the same time, if you were a little bulkier, oh my God, good night. It's Jover. Bro's built like an alien already. I can't imagine this, the world if that man was as tall as, what is he, 7'4"? 7'7"? I don't even remember anymore. I'm saying the Knicks are famously full of Villanova's players and the new Pope went to Villanova. I remember. Oh, yes, I remember that. Considering how uncool the Pope is on certain beliefs, I'm kind of sad that all the memes are about him from Chicago, because it's kind of like making him seem like a cool Pope when in reality he's like, I feel like we've kind of stepped down, you know? I don't want to get into that too much though, I'm just saying, but that's one thing I've kind of been bothered. The memes are funny though. Like we finally have we actually have Pope that is the highest likelihood of having an opinion on Derrick Rose's career or something like that. Another one was like, they're going to put a Portillo's in the Vatican, which if you guys have never been to Portillo's or Chicago, then you're missing out. There's a Portillo's here in Frisco for no reason, and I was just like, what? Me seeing that for the first time in the wild, unprepared, was an experience. Image of Kylie Jenner wearing a Knicks hat, showing it off her. Oh, whoa. Yeah, New York basketball, it's like LA in that the whole front row is celebrities, except the difference is that for many years they haven't really had anything to brag about. Brooklyn definitely fumbled, though. Ah, I shouldn't have flipped that for no reason. Bad giveaway. Oh, didn't think Brady would be chasing that. Literally was playing the 50. I think he was playing my shot, and he was just like, wait, why is he not touching that? Insane. Oh. That was not the bounce I was expecting it to take. Reese is calling me boosted as if he didn't literally miss 3 different clears and then improv a clear to the sidewall. Like, I'm sorry I messed up the touch, but you are not carrying this game by any means. Oh, no. Not me giving you an open double. I mean, not exactly, but I don't know why he's driving to the net so hard on that. Okay. Why? Like, I played the clear down the middle instead of like my read. That's wild. They did not trust that they were gonna lose that. They literally got an open read on forward. Okay, it's yours. Fry's not live. Man, people are angry. Just search Knicks fan on Twitter. Check out the TikTok video I'll send to your DMs. I will watch that afterwards. Got to my baseball Twitter, and first post I see is Yamamoto giving up a grand slam. Brutal. Is Yamamoto the... Wait. Is he one of the Japanese prodigy guys that the Dodgers have basically fundamentally guaranteed that they will recruit all of? He's not... He's the not rookie Dodgers pitchers guy. I don't know what that is. The other Japanese one. Oh, okay. The one who didn't cry? I see. The only Japanese player in sports I care about is the 5'8" guy who's on the Grizzlies roster. Yuki Kawamura, yes. I want him to succeed so bad. It would be so lit for Short Kings everywhere. He also seems like a really cool dude. Apparently him and John Morant are like actual homies. People are wondering like literally that's the reason he might not get cut is because John Morant vouches for him so hard. He's like, nah, this guy rocks. Hell yeah. That's a nice pass. Bang. No one talked Mako. Reds just got walked off. Brutal. Nice. Huge ass came in and my game immediately crashed. What are the odds? What are the odds? How you doing, Hugh Jazz? How's the jazz, Hugh? Foolish baseball too. White Sox fan Pope. No, that's about property. Is he a South Chicago guy? Oh, we didn't get scored on. That's all that matters. No! I wanted to reset that in the ceiling. It's a gift? I'd say. I'll say so. That game is crazy. Speaking of, did you see the Inter Milan game the other day against Barcelona? That, I've watched soccer for a very long time. That might be the most entertaining game I've ever seen. Only thing that's maybe closer is Liverpool AC Milan 2007, where Milan had to come down from, or Liverpool had to come down by 3. That was like, that's like legitimately one of the most like games. But in terms of the sheer spectacle, I would say the Inter game is up there. I would say, actually, you know what? Barca PSG or Barca, whatever the one where they had to come back from like 6. It was like 7-6 or something crazy like that. Wait, pass back, pass back. I wanted to pre-jump that if I had more boost. What? Screen is black or just me? Yeah, it was black because my game crashed. I don't watch irrelevant sports. Damn crazy. That's the most American thing you've ever said, GC. Me and the lady gonna go see FC Dallas because we live right down the street from the stadium. Maybe not street, but pretty close. Gotta buy tickets for that. It keeps deleting my last words. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Oh, actually, if you have a Galaxy, that might actually be why. For some reason, my Galaxy will do that. Sometimes I'll type out a message and it'll stop my last word. And then when I go to type my next text, it's like already in my thing, you know? It's like it cuts it out of my text and then puts it in like my queue. of what to text next. God, I have a nose in my... I have an ear in my nose. It's so itchy. I could not itch that until right then. Boop. Oh, I thought I had the boop. On the baseball and basketball? Fair enough. ...2007, agree. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That Liverpool AC Milan halftime adjustment was... You want me to send you my favorite patriotism-pilled baseball montage? We can never be truly patriotism-pilled until we win the Baseball World Cup. Or whatever it's called, like the Summer Classic or whatever. I hope they keep doing that. I don't give a shite. I don't give a shite about all these people who are like, but what if a player gets injured? It's like playing super hard in the All-Star break. Dude, do you have any idea how little I care about All-Star events? Do you have any idea how little I care about the friendlies and exhibitions? But when you make it a nation versus nation cup, the cinema of that. Just look at the Four Nations event with Canada and the US. Bro, those were some of the most intense hockey games like of all time, and they were freaking friendlies, basically. Not the best clear, but... Aaron Judge is Captain America. I can't hear you. Is that the I don't understand your accent. Can you please speak up? You can't call this friendlies. That's what I'm saying. Like they're so much more entertaining when it's like basically the Olympics, you know? Like obviously not the same spectacle or prizing, but like you're telling me you weren't locked into Japan versus the US? Get real. It just makes us so much more interesting. I do not care. And also you ask the players, and even the players were like, I do not care if it's an injury risk. They're fun, it's good practice, it's against the best in the world, you know? As he went for the turtle finish. Evan Carson, what's going on? God be my witness, I will make 1800 tonight. God dang, dude. I'm like so tempted to get off, but I'm like also like, I'm so close. I'm playing pretty well. I'm gonna get a protein bar. Shout out to Slayer, by the way, on Shawnee State, aka also the I was gonna say the Limitless coach. I'm like, wait, no, that's not him. that's Noxus. Slayer put me on to the legendary protein pastries. They're like 20 grams of protein. I'm not gonna lie, pretty freaking tasty. It's a nice little tweak. So we're gonna take some of that. Oh. How have you been, Taco? Pretty good. I was talking about how I have I've been through a couple rounds of interviews for a sales job. According to Matt, who's in my YouTube, I don't know if he's looking right now, he says he's worked in some of the stuff, and he thinks that it's basically guaranteed that I have this job. Obviously, I'd like to believe that, but until we actually get an offer, who knows? Quite slower. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you guys like that? That's what you're looking for? Yes. Oh my God, that's... Snipe. I just got here and feel violated. Blondie, you're welcome. You know, that's gonna be the highlight of your day. Nice. Oh man, I didn't think he would try to go for the infield cut. That was like pretty a rough angle for him. Okay, boost. Oof. As soon as I was like, I can maybe pre-flip to that, I shouldn't have tried. Nice. I was about to say, like, another wide open goal if I ended that on target, but I was a little scared I was gonna get dunked. No, I tried to go for it all. Get the bump and boost. That's not a pinch, interesting. I'm just gonna chill. See, it comes to me anyway, and then I give it away. Crazy. Crazy. I don't know how that bounced, but I literally whiffed both. Okay, cool. Whatever, we're just gonna ignore that. Catch. Oh, M3. No one likes a predictor. Bro was cooking on at first, but did not work out. As he said, negative 1,000 aura. If you score 10 points, I'll give you 10,000 credits. What the heck are you talking about? First of all, there's no trading. Are you from the future where they call currency credits? Hello, yes, I'll give you 1,500 Republican credits. Another slow bite for you guys. Oh yeah. I know your ethnicity. Did you guess a white guy? Ding, 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 ding. Correct, I am a pasty white man. Now people can say, well, you're half Croatian, half Italian, a little Spanish in there. But ultimately, let's be for real, chat. I'm a white dude. Hello, Miss Taco. Hello, Mr. M-Dog. What you been up to, bud? Oh, I was trying to get that soft touch. A little delicate touch. Oh, that was an underhit. How's work been? How are the dogs? No, has he? No, he's AFK. No. Okay, we're good. Chat, what do you, we need to calm down, all right? This is, you guys are freaking out. Don't freak out. Oh, I didn't think you'd go for pinch. You're dubbing a 10-year-old Sheltie? Aww. Nobody seems to want? Boo. Poor taste. Can't buy class in Arizona, I guess. I gotta say, I've seen a lot of cute animals back when I was in Tucson. We were helping one of our lab mates pick out a dog they can adopt, and they ended up stealing one. Anyway, they were looking through like adoptable pets, and I'm like, there's so many cute ones, and they're like, yeah, we want to put this dog in a home. They're just really shy and blah blah blah. Meanwhile, there's these people being like, my dog isn't social enough. What do you want your dog to freaking like handshake them? Like, what do you like? It's a cute dog. But people are like, I think people low key know so little about dogs. They're like, every dog is like a golden retriever, and then they interact with it and they're like, why is this not a retriever? Because it's a terrier. like obviously it's not gonna be like that. The nose tells a story of its own. Interesting racism there. Not really sure why it goes. He's wrong, but. I also know if Scout will be like, he's like the only dog, will like that he's not the only dog. I thought you and your mom, dogs in her. Well, I mean, I guess technically, yeah, the dog like is alone most of the time, but I mean, your mom's dog is over a lot, right? Think about it, she's so cute. Good night, Evan. What's your rank? Right now we're GC3. It's on the screen right now. We're just trying to get back to 1800. 2 or 3 games off. Do you mainly play threes? I do mainly play threes, but I also just, when you're having a meal, so I ate before stream at like 4 o'clock. I need to probably eat right after this. I'm probably gonna eat this protein bar and then I'm gonna eat probably in like right after stream. I'm feeling pretty good right now though. MSL right now, congrats Jade. You guys are dogs over a lot, one of them for the weekend or something. Wow, I stole that boost. Also, why does my game feel like I'm losing frames? I don't know why. Maybe it was just a connection thing. Seems fine. What's your name on Rocket League? Right now we're Turret, which is a meme name given to me by my Twitch. Oh man, I did not think he would leave that. Not Hezzy with the frickin' hippie dippy, what the heck is that instrument called? It's the Indian guitar. It's the sitar. There it is. Oh. May have tried to 50 that with a musty and did not do it well. Sitar, yes, thank you, Hugh. That answer definitely came in before I remembered, so I will give you credit for that. It's really funny boost to spam, because then your thing is just blam, 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 every time you boost. It's the same with the rainbow one, the bring, like super high, like bright synth or whatever. Wait, what the heck? Oh, this is Hoopsy, and this is like actually a really good team. Okay, I need to actually focus. I need to actually play well against the legend that is Poop Nuts on the other team. Okay, force him high, road buddy. About our boots, go. Yeah. The hippy dippy wah 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 car. I think that's the technical term for the sitar. Yeah, the S in the S in sitar is an acronym, stands for hippy dippy. The translation issue probably. The rare moment where I have to lean in my chair to make sure I get that 50. Close one. Yeah, Hezzy was not trying to win this one. Robo a couple times was just straight up like had an air dribble. I'm gonna join Rocket League. No, you're not, Jaden. I do not play with anybody. I don't know. Slams keyboard frantically, snatches off glasses. My God, he's right. It does sound like that. Wait, hold on. I have glasses I can snatch off. Where are they? There's no ink. Somewhere. I could have sworn I had them like on my desk. Oh well. I do know where sunglasses are though. We have these glasses, chat. Bedroom? Yeah, that's where they're normally if they're not on the bedtime table. These are my blue light glasses. You just be like, my God. I broke them, no! I tried to whip them off and they immediately came apart at the seams. I think my kitties broke them. Yeah, this looks like kitty damage. I think they were biting it. That's really funny, dude. I actually really like these. They're pretty cheap though, so I guess it's fine. What even happened here? I guess technically they can still be attached. I just can't rip them off from that edge, you know? Too sassy? Yeah, I served too much. Either way, I guess we can still wear it. Oh, nope. As soon as I put them on, they broke. Yeah, that stuff is, I don't know if you guys can see this. It is. It's like super broken on the hinge. It's like literally broken off. I'm not sure if you can see that. Either way. Well, no glasses for me, too sassy. Ow. They were on the ground, which means Luna definitely went on my bedside table and went psh. She loves slapping stuff. Which is fine for like 90% of things, but when, you know, they're glasses and they're slapping them around. John Smith, been a while. Huh? That was a very weird recovery by him. Why are we diving in, Saucy? Rank B King. That was a terrible double, but it works. I was just trying to make sure I was using as little boost as possible in the adjustment, and I was like, I actually hit that wide. Wait, Goober came in just earlier and telling me to lock in. As this game gets down to crunch time, I'm gonna tell him to lock in. Asmon, sorry. No, you don't have to apologize. Oh, imagine. Yeah, people got real life things to do. I literally took like a 2-week break from streaming because my life felt like I was falling apart. And I was so sad that I felt like I couldn't give you guys actually good streams. So I feel the need to break occasionally. Everyone else should have one as well. Ooh, nice touch. Finance, same for me. Oh, that's fun. Well, I'm sorry about that. Mine is somewhat dissipated, so just trying to wait back to see if we got this job that we've taken 3 interviews for. I think we got it, but you know, don't know until you know. You do a reset into a musty. We've scored a 1 or 2 like that. I don't necessarily practice it though. That's 50, okay. Oh, I just went for the straight shot. That was a really good pre-jump by that guy. Slowly repairing it. Well, I'm glad you repaired it. I mean, a lot of people just sometimes be like, nope, and then move on. Glad you're repairing it. Marriage is tough. It's a process. Hello, Blondie. Ah! Okay, we're good. I thought I was about to get slapped into the nether realm. That's why, kind of in my head, I was like, I should probably be more careful. Kenny doubles those all day. Literally all day. He's so good. Automatic. Rohan, what's up? It's been a while since, I don't know if you remember me at a raw dino and keep up the good work. Yeah, I remember you. Been together 20 years. Can't give that a PC. I mean, yeah. Well, people also just, I feel like people, one thing that, especially when you're younger, you don't really realize, is that people change. And I don't just mean that in like terms of relationships, but just like in life, like every life stage. Like I'm not, obviously I'm not the same age as you, but, and been in like a relationship that long, but like, I think for me, the biggest thing to realize is like, half of why I think it's so strange dating people, especially when you're younger, or even when you're just with one person, is like when you're, I'm not the same person I was when I was 15, and then that was a different person from 15 to 16, and then obviously like every year you grow a little bit, life experiences change you. Like I literally feel like when you're from the ages of 18 to 30, you go through like 6 different phases of like maturity, like development, the way you view life and whatnot. So it's just kind of strange to see that in action. And then when you're in a relationship for that long, like, you know, people handle those, you know, what we kind of jokingly phrase as like those midlife crises, you know, how you get through those points, how you keep a relationship fresh, you know, what people want, what they didn't know that they wanted. Stuff. Yeah, there's like a cat hair and like hanging on my nostril, so it's just really annoying. Just pass by to hope you have an amazing night. Thank you for being here and existing. Thank you, Lasha. Appreciate you. Have a good evening as well. You okay? No, Francesco. There's a hair in my nose and it's itchy. Words of wisdom. I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm like some guru, but that's stuff that at least occurred to me when I was like in my late 20s. And I feel like it's been when I talk to other people, I think they are like, huh. And they kind of like they think about it and they're like, that's true. Like the way I thought about life and where I was going and who I was with and all that stuff. Like if you asked 18-year-old me, you know, like what the world was gonna be like for you, what your future path was, like even just like your taste in partners, you know, that changes a lot. But also like what I thought my career was gonna be like. If you told me what I was doing right now, I would have been like, going through a tough breakup, that was nice to hear. Yeah, Kyle. Like, yeah, I mean, I remember you told me about that. But that's like the thing that I think you gotta keep in mind. Like, you change a lot, and it takes some effort. And especially when people are younger, they tend to think of like, if you go through a relationship and you go through a rocky period, you don't just chuck it out. You try to talk it out. Some people think of it as like you're fixed, you know? Like, oh, one person is like this and another person's like this, and that's just how it is. And it's like, no, it's not true. Just gotta talk it out. And also understand that sometimes like people are in just different stages. And that's okay. It doesn't reflect on you. Fred just got married at 22, interesting how to see him and his wife work through the changes. Yeah, that does happen. I'm not gonna lie, I did not realize I was open. My bad, Mufasa and company. It's hard to readjust. Yeah, don't worry though. Stuff like that feels like it's you know, so impactful and so whatever, and it is, but you know, just don't let that stuff define you. You change so much when you're younger, as you get older. It just doesn't. You just don't notice it as you transition because you're just thinking like that's just what life is. Like, you know, of course things change. I'm like, yeah, but you know, you as a person also change. Also, younger kids, you guys need to stop fearing getting older. It's not that bad. The amount of times I see you guys like pop online and be like, I'm 22, it's over, oh my God, they're freaking out about turning 30. As someone who kind of had those anxieties and is now 30, I'm chilling. You know? Like, I'm having a great time. Like, I know it's cliche, but it's like, I really don't feel like I'm 30. Like spiritually, I feel like I'm like still in my 20s, like vibing. Maybe the energy is a little lower, but like everything else, it doesn't feel like I'm old and my body's falling apart. Everything's going fine. Man, what a nice second touch. It's really not. 30s are actually some of the best. I feel like, well, that's for everyone. That's where they get in like the midpoint of their career and whatnot. I'm kind of transitioning industries right now, which is a little spooky, but still fun and exciting. Warm up those ligaments and joints, yes. Make sure you stretch. Make sure you actually get some sleep, and you make sure you rotate back. What are we doing, Mufasa? Do you think trying black tar heroin will enhance my gameplay? It'll enhance something. Nice. Okay, I slowed that one down only because I knew the guy in the goal would have any of the saves, and then I'm like, I know Trash is going to recover on this, so I'm just going to cut underneath and play 50. And that's exactly what worked. Luckily, Tricky was backing him up. Is that the real Tricky? I think this is fake Tricky. I don't know if Tricky plays threes, deadass. This is high enough where I could see it being real Tricky, though. Yeah, this is fake Tricky. I'm getting text, chat. I'm getting a text. I got a text! Anyone else? Love Island? No? Okay. Disagree. Interesting. All right, Robo and Mufasa, we can come back here. Impatient is playing. It's good to hear, John. The game definitely takes all of those qualities and more. Did not expect that bounce to be out. That's a shame. Trying to figure out a way to bring it across because I was like, I did not expect that 50 to go backward. Robobody says, please stop queuing. I'm not entirely sure if he's referring to me. I'm gonna assume he is, just because most people feel the need to tell me that he's bad. I'm bad. Despite the fact that Robobody did not hit the ball in the air that game, so let's see how it goes. He didn't say no, so I'm assuming he's talking to the other guy. Who knows? Because I'm like about to say, I'm like, Robobody, we won like a majority of our games. Like, what do you mean? Don't stop queuing. Think he's talking to himself? Maybe. That'd be really funny, actually. I'm hard sec bronze and threes. People seem to AFK or don't understand the game. I mean, bronze is the lowest rank because of that. So it's like people are just struggling to figure out how to get their consistency. New controllers fixing everything. That would be neat. Honestly, I think I'm starting to get stick drift on this one, so I'm probably gonna have to get a new controller eventually, which sucks. Can't help you. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Hello? Sure. I think bronze legitimately, I don't give coaching to anyone below gold, mainly just because when I talk to a lot of players, or when I used to try to give coaching, it was like 90% of the session was like, you shouldn't be doing that. You should be practicing that. Ah, you missed that. You need to practice that. And it was just like, at a certain point, if you're struggling to drive in a straight line and hit the ball, you should not be like too worried about like coaching, because it's just about mechanical consistency. I would say under gold is literally just that. Gold is then where you need to actually start being like, okay, yeah, go for aerials, but like the right aerials, you know? Okay, just had to wait for that demo attempt to go by. Trying to hit that for Robo Buddy to grab. I like the patience. I like the patience. Flick, 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 and that's why I get so scared. Got that Robo. Nice. I'm gonna leave that mid boost for Robo. And then he ignores it on fort. Whoa. Ah, Robo, that's not a good clear. Creme 6 should be leaving that. Nice. It's my birthday today. Happy birthday, Ben. Hopefully everything's going well. Dusted. Diamond's the weirdest games ever. I mean, yeah, it's because everyone's getting pretty good at the game, but they're not consistent enough to actually executing that stuff. I realized I was getting pre-jumped as soon as I touched that. I was like, yeah, that's not gonna work out. Catch the ball, Tricky? Tricky, come on, that's why you're the fake Tricky. No! He didn't even have to hit it, he just had to get in the way. Oh, no. Dude, he didn't even get close on that. Wow. This guy, I'm gonna, after this one, I'm gonna have to assume he's telling the other guy to stop queuing. That's a mistake you can't say the game after you tell someone to stop queuing. Okay, cool bounce. Has it, it's 50? Has it, you don't want to win, dude. He's literally landing on the ball. Like, you can just chow that immediately. Like, right there, you should be turning, because he missed the reset. And you know he missed the reset. On forward. Oh, no. Ah, best I could do. Man, I was trying to hit that in the ceiling, I'm not gonna lie, but did not work out. It's okay. Dude, we're so close. We're getting literally directly to like 1800 and then we freaking lose off hilarious stuff. It's right there, Chad. It's right there. This is it. This is the push, dude. I'm trying. 1800 Grand Champ. It's deep into Grand Champ 3, but it's a threshold, you know. Can I guess your name, John Smith? That's a bold assumption that you're about to make. All right. I have 1,500 credit. Oh, right. They gave me the Esports credits in actual credits. I was about to say, I'm like, why the heck do I have 1,500 credits randomly? Cosmic Overdrive. Ooh. Is your name John Smith? You fell for one of the classic blunders. Sure. Oof. Not gonna lie, I did not think that would get behind me. I just was paying attention to the guy on the wall rushing me, and I was like, I literally looked past the ball because I thought the read was gonna be up. Bad touch. Oh. Nice. Okay. You're 6'6"? Damn, boo. What are you doing in the chat? We people need offensive linemen in the league. Mincy, buddy. I think I honestly, I'm just gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and assume that I cut in and then he thought I was gonna take it and then I left it for him, but it wasn't early enough. You're getting jealous someone has a larger calorie intake? Just eat more. First on the speed dial, next time a capsule gets stuck on the ISS? Yeah. Yeah, we gotta be careful this game though. We've already sold 1.5 of the goals, so maybe let's lock in a little bit. All right, Hezzy and I are back on track here. Now we stop selling and start buying. Go so Mincy. That's fine. That's not fine. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that was like a rough read, but at the same time, I'm like, I didn't think Mincy was, he went into the net, landed, tried to bump, and then go to the corner. I thought he was just rotate straight back, because as a first man, it's kind of what you have to do to like, avoid not giving away the counter on a attack. Oh, sad. You're not paying John Smith enough, but I am trying to lock into these freaking games. Dude. Trying to get the lightest little touch because I want that pinched upfield. That's a goal, I think. Never mind. Mincy 1v1. Stop hitting the ball! Okay. This is the worst boost starve. Oh my god, dude. Corners are gone, pads are gone. Trying to slice it in between blip blop and whatnot. It's kind of a giveaway, but I'm like, I just need the ball like out of the half, but like in a weird way that they can't catch it. I don't know if he has that. One goal, please. No. That's got to be a shot. Ah, it's too far. My God, dude. I gotta say, I sold 3 of those goals, but oof. I'm gonna say I sold 2. I would say 2.5 of those. That was not a good game by me, but that's a rough way to give up. Buddha! How are you doing? Up until that last game was pretty solid. That was a little yikes, but everything else has been pretty decent. Not paying attention to me. I'm not saying at all interesting enough for him. And no, it's not that. It's literally just like when I'm streaming, it's hard to look up from some game. So we established with Stago that I'm old, and all you gotta do is just work out enough. You'll make the league, don't worry. You got the stature for it. At 6'6", the world is just straight up not built for you after a while. That's the one thing about being a short king that I've come to understand. It is kind of nice to always sit in a seat and not really be uncomfortable, you know what I mean? How you doing, Buddha? I want to abduct a leprechaun right now. Strange. You're exactly one of those kids from the Lucky Charms commercials back in the day. Hey Buddha, thank you for the $4.99. Appreciate you.
Stay cool, tack. Cool face emoji.
I'll try. Now we're officially 1 cent below the $30 super chat goal. Can we lock in, chat? Who knows? What? Luke, thank you for the 99 cents. Let's go. Pop off. These guys are so weird. They'll take like a terrible touch and then the other guy will come in to rescue them, and then the first guy who screwed up the touch will then clear it. I'm like, what are we doing? Applying for my masters? Hey, congrats. Hopefully get a good answer out of that. It's supposed to be 1 cent. You literally cannot donate at 1 cent. You have to donate, I think, at least the minimum of $1 of any specific currency. I hate that. Man, I was gonna pass that to Aversky, and he literally left as soon as I touched it. I was like, why stay in the middle if you're not gonna wait for that, you know? That was mostly just cocky because I could tell he was about to catch it. I was hoping he would keep it a little closer. That's fine. Why, of all places, are we putting it right down the middle? Top bins? Oof. What it's your masters looking for, like in Buddha? Hey Seth, right now we're chilling at like high 17s, 1770 right there, I think. Don't rank command. Apparently there's a way to fix it. I just have not gotten around to it because I'm lazy as hell. Yeah, I got a little. I was like, I think you're passing it. You're leaning back so much. As soon as he tilted his card that heavy, I was like, that's 100% a tap. Pass. I was about to say, I'm like, I might have hit it too high. I thought it was about to take a 50. About to pinball around or whatever. Sick boost steal. Oh, interesting. No, I was cocky, I'm not gonna lie. Can you stop taking it easy on these guys? I'm trying, James. I don't know why I got underneath that so much. It was a very easy double. I just was like, let's add a flip reset to spice it up. I'm a dummy. I should just score. I should just be playing for the dub. I'm not playing for a fancy clip. Luke, thank you for the 499. Ooh, nice catch. Dunk. No. I was like, you're hitting that high. I know you are. And if I dunked him as well, that would have been kind of gross. Overski, stay middle. Bang, bang, bang. Close one. Robbins. Imagine. Wait. Okay, that's wide. Wide. Hello? Robbins had no boost, but still, oh my god. He missed every single pad and didn't jump for it. That's crazy. Here's a new poop. That is true. He's from Chicago. He's an American Pope. He went to college at Villanova. No! I was trying to read that roll, or rather bounce, but it didn't bounce, so. Damn, if he did. Wow, that would have been a hilarious on goal. Overski, you gotta stay middle. Back foot. Where's my No! I mean, that wasn't a good pop, but I was just like, I knew they were gonna tap it down. Oh man, if I hit that harder though. That's a shame. Overski's an 1850. Buddy, we need to not be getting caught on the fast break then. What are we doing here? That man was literally two games off SSL. And that's how we're playing. Come on. We're playing to win, not to not lose. Those are two different mentalities. If you ever feel like you're playing not to lose, you're gonna lose. Like 9 times out of 10. The last one, did he pass? Yes, he did. Or it was old. Oh, but we can update our donut goal. Bang. Trying to respond to a DM. Can't get away with that. Nice pre-jump, wow. The timing on that demo. Bonk. Yeah, chat, I can feel the stick drift on this controller. Every once in a while, I'll see myself like turning. I'll be driving forward, and then I'll just occasionally just be like, ee! Like just a little bit to the side. I'm not gonna lie, I just didn't expect him to 1000% lose that. I was like, okay, that's fine. He's got the angle, that's all he needs. And then he drove off the wall. I was like, oh! Last thing I expected him to do. It's why fake challenges are fine, but like in situations like that, like the odds of it getting hit right into the middle of the field are like very high. So I'm always of the mindset that you should be trying to get those 50s. Fake challenges only work if the player that you're about to 50 off against is going very slow. Or if they're like super far back into their own side. Nice, Hunter. Ruins are mech, you know. Do you ever start to tilt back? What do you mean? Like my car tilt back? Not necessarily. My stick drift is normally like left or right. Like it tends to be like very like up in one direction, which makes it very frustrating because, you know, when you're trying to air dribble or something and you're trying to move your stick in a certain direction, you can tell like you're being influenced. That was the number one thing I remembered is like when my stick, my first controller had like, when I was streaming with, started getting intensely bad stick drift. I noticed it because like my air dribbles were like just a little bit off and I was like, why is it? And then once I changed, everything became so much easier and I was like, oh wow. I was like hardcore nerfed on that. Cat hair in my face. Nice. Oh, Hunter's got a cross in his name. We've got the power of God on our side. I don't know why I thought I'd get there first. I'm like, that guy's definitely gonna be pre-jumping that. Luckily they don't double on that. Right. Good. That works. All right, we're just gonna grab some pads. Yeah, taking 50 there. We're just trying to slow things down. Wait, I think I deflected it back into him and it bumped off the teammate and I demoed the goalie. Hold on, let me see this again. Yeah, that works. Sometimes positioning just be like that. Yeah, that's a fake challenge, for example, chat. Like, you know he's going to tap it down the line. Yeah, you could dunk it, but most likely he's just going to throw it away. And we are just skinning them alive on these counterattacks. Jesus. My God. My God. Nice. Just get dunked on by the Holy Spirit. You know, yeah, you know you're doomed when have you guys ever seen that Key and Peele skit of the MMA fighters like talking trash to each other in like the pre-fight video? You still commentate the CRL? Yeah, I just did a LAN championship for collegiate. CECC, the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup, a national championship. Of the CRL top 12 teams, I think we had 10 of them qualify for that. It was lit. Kitty, do you want to be on camera? You want to say hi? Trying to get her to be on camera real quick. Kitty! Can you say hi? Can you say hi to the mic? That's a good one. There you go. She's such a sweetie. She's such a sweetie. But I just want to say I respect the grind. I always see you on here. And nice chill SSL gameplay. I mean, we're trying to get to SSL again. Oh, I need to brush her. That was just giving her that little kiss on the forehead. Oh, that gave me so much like tiny hairs on my face. Bro, honestly, one of my first paychecks for my new job, if I get this, is going to be fixing my car. But then beyond that, it's going to be literally buying them a new cat tree. Everything is SSL to this, us diamonds. Yep. Subscribe because the kitty told me to. Exactly. I'm bored. Can you tell me a life story? I don't have a lot of life stories like geared up. What the heck, trash? This one is trash locked in. Hair in your nose again? Oh, I already have it in my ear. In my nose. I feel it around my nostril. Got my hair. The problem is every time I try to wipe it off with my hands are covered in her hair. She's been sitting down on her cat tree, I can tell. Sorry, Zaya. He said he got it, and then he gave it away, so does that mean you were trying to pass it? In which case I would argue you didn't have it. Just something not covered in cat hair to wipe that off. I'm starting to itch and grind snow day. Don't let Zaya influence you. Coldplay at the end of the month, second time watch them? Ooh. We have a great show? I would hope so. It's fine. Oh boy. NK, howdy howdy. How's your stream, NK? What were you up to? Do you know who Durkee is? Yes. Isn't he one of like the best Snow Day or like the best like Rumble people? Is he just an extra mode demon or whatever? Roll your face. Yeah. 9 hours of Rocket League? NK, I'm sorry, what? Were you positive? Just use a roller on your nose. Honestly, if I knew where it was. Wait, it's right. Oh, wait, it's in my bag. That's just a couple feet away. I was positive. Excellent. Yeah, we're in the stage of 1700, 1800 at pretty much every is full party. Real prod, God, bro. Yeah, it's not. I literally saw that. I was like, wait a minute. If he's this good at Rocket League, then shout out Crim6, Green the Goat. Bill cheated. Hey, Squugga. I'm gonna trust Zaya has a double. Nice. No! Dude! I caught so much of that shot! Dude, that's so unfortunate. That would have been an absolute laser. Bro's still grinding. We out here. I might get bald here. Just kidding. Just getting fully haired up. Crossfire so many clip shots. A little bit. There's no one on the backboard. There's no one on the backboard? This is 1800. Let me get to my freaking SSL. Hunter, I'm sorry, but there's a couple times now where you've had 100 on the ground. You're just like, nah, I'm good. Also, Zach, if you have 0, honestly, you're way better off just going to the backboard. Like, why are we getting off the backboard to then go into goal? Like, we'll be fine. Wait. Hunter, please. Okay, cool. Cool channel. Can you get a shout out? Nope, because you're trying to make a joke where your name is a slur. Come on, guys. I'm not born yesterday. Lit roller. Perfect. Why? We keep faking the kickoff? Tucker Smith, it has been a while. What's up with you? Ah, good bump. Ow. Oh, didn't think Crim 6 was back on time. I kind of threw it away. It's fine. Nice job, Hunter. If I jump a sub, up to you. How to make the decisions. If you guys like the content, then go for it. No, guys, swiper, no swiping. Hunter, turn. Is that a turn? Not a crazy fan of that, but it's fine. Good job, Hunter. Let me get pads. Oof. When do you sleep? When I'm not so incredibly close to it, like the goal of my ranked sesh right now. We're winding down the stream, I think. I'm getting a little tired. When do you sleep, you? Ah, cool. Made him fake. I bonked him? No? Turn. Nice. Close one. That actually could have been a goal if we weren't careful. Oh my god, Zaya. You nearly made me poop my pants, dude. What, you like 1850? No, that's the sad part. I probably should be, but we've had like... We literally get to like 1780, 1790, and then immediately world-class salesmen emerge from their humble roots. For example, Zaya, not really sure why you're getting on the outside of this. Not really sure why that had to happen. Unfort. There you go. Getting the cat hair off my face. Anyway, I'm gonna get off there. That was a kind of definitional why I despise solo Q3s for right now. So, oh my god, I thought we were 1770. Yeah, we're below 1750. Still positive for the day, but that's effed. Anyway, good night.